God bless me with you. You make my love. Mere words cannot explain. God bless you. You make me feel brand new. All right, you guys. Lucky's good. Thank you. Spinning. Yeah, Lucky's good. He thinks he's back to normal, but he's not. So, because he falls. But I love his enthusiasm and how he adapts and how he's happy. No volume on finger. What do you expect me to do? What? What do you want me to do? 72,000 shares on finger. 519, 527. To me, that implies the next move is big, one direction or the other. Because without knowing anything else, it says the sellers are tired, the buyers are tired. So whoever comes in next, it moves. And what do you think, which direction that'll be? Your volume is gone by. Oh, my volume? This volume? Hedge funds are controlling these stocks, and the SEC and government are not going to let retail investors make a lot of money. Keith Lathrop. Well, that's possible, but there's been some squeezes, as you know. So I hear what you're saying, but I think the premise of your argument is that Wall Street's here solely, everyone's on side of Jeff Easton and Kurt Kramer. Everybody. The prime brokers, Ken Griffin, Merrill Lynch, the regulators are all on the side of these scumbags. That's the premise of your argument. I don't see it. I do think, though, that the problem is so gigantic that it's a possible explanation for why Gary Gensler has the shakes. Because when this busts out into the open, I think the United States markets are finished. But, that's alarmist. Remember, if Jeff Easton and Lynn Partners loses $30 billion in one trade, it takes down Jeffries. It takes down some other financial institutions. That $30 billion doesn't disappear. It comes over into your account at TD Ameritrade and your account at Fidelity. So the money is still in the system. So these geniuses can continue to move it around, trade it, take 1%, charge you $2.20, and they can continue to crime. So the system will survive finger going up to $700, $1,500 a share. Jeffries won't. So I don't really agree with you, but I hear what you're saying. It feels that way, for sure. All right, 3 minutes till the hamster. They don't have an idea how to unwind it, but that's what Reg Show was designed for, to do it slowly, one at a time. Instead, the criminals, personified by lawyers, what it depends on what the definition of is, personified by government saying let the markets regulate themselves, personified by Goldman Sachs controlling governments around the world, from Greece to Italy to even the UK. But I think it's here too. And when I say Goldman Sachs, I mean the whole top cabal of overpaid, thieving wankers. All right, 516 to 523, 522, 7437. So the hamster is going to come on and, hey, Abdul Razik, I wish I knew exactly how to respond to Assalamu Alaikum. All I would say is Assalam Alaikum. But I'm sure I'm pronouncing it wrong. Best to you as well, Abdu. Please explain why we can't be shut out by suspension of trading again. Well, I mean, the government can do anything it wants. It can shut down an entire economy to make sure that Donald Trump doesn't get elected again. They can do it. But the main reason this is not MMTLP is that it's not going into a private company. That U3 halt would not apply to a squeeze in finger. Allah inshallah. Allah inshallah. My friends say, oh, I got to call in, that there's an expression they say, Allah wala, which doesn't really mean anything. Allah wala. But it's like a, I don't know. All right, let's call in.
Hello.
All right, Busy Brands is ready. Where have you been?
All right, hold on. All right, everybody. Sorry about this middle of the day stuff, but I'm running around doing stuff. It's the summer. Again, this is not to buy or sell. This is for educational purposes only. Make your own decisions. We're just a couple of crazy guys telling you our opinion. Okay, I went for my early morning root canal, so I'm ready to go. So anyway, William, let me start off by starting with the AMC. AMC came out with great numbers, blowout numbers, whatever you want to call it. It doesn't make a difference what they do. The stock will never be rewarded. The summer blockbuster comes, it goes, and now they have to go into the kids going back to school. The sheriff use that as a negative. It doesn't make a difference what the company does. They want to destroy this company, and unless the CEO stands up and fights, I don't know what to tell you. Again, it's, Frankie Nez just did a story about AMC, how their earnings and the company the stock price doesn't do anything. I mean, I don't know what else you have to do. Why bother? Is what I try to tell you people. Building a business means nothing. I look at CELU, the stock is 32 cents. And if you met the people like I did, you would sit there and scream bloody murder. But, doctors don't do this stuff. All right? People don't do this. Only crazy maniacs stand out here and yell fire. All right? To help us out. Anyway, so let's just move on to the second part. I'm just trying to show you how Wall Street steals your money. I'll just look at the reverse split crowd that, just a couple off the top of my head. MULN, ROOT, and yesterday's star SYTA. I think they did 100 for one reverse split. It was 4 cents. It opened up at $4, I think. And it's gone straight down. It's $3.26. The naked shorts, when you do the reverse, are thrilled. One, their position gets reversed down. And two, they get to short not at 4 cents. Now they're shorting it at $4. You just gave them more money to go play again. It's just a vicious cycle, and they just keep taking your money. When you see a company reverse, all right, for this NASDAQ bullshit dollar price, you're dead. Okay, they're just going to do it again and again and again. CELU has that look of death. It looks like it's going to be reversed. They're going to get kicked off the NASDAQ, and being a spin-off from Biogen, that will be like a slap in the face that they're going down the ladder, getting kicked off the NASDAQ. So they'll have to do something to save face, because that's what their bankers are going to tell them. Say, hey, you got to save face. Don't worry about saving the shareholders. Screw them. Save face. That's what they're going to tell them, and they'll do a reverse. And all those people who own that stock will lose their shirts. All right? I think I addressed the reverses. I'm sure many people can bring it to my attention. There's so much trash going on. It's amazing. Again, I've been working last night on providing content to the producers of the show, which the production will start on Monday. We will expose the shorts, and there's no soft questions, no softball interviews. This is all about exposing fraud, destroying everything. Okay, if you think the fires in Maui were destructive, what you're watching on Wall Street is like 100 times worse than that, and that's awful what you see there. All right, so again, these guys could care less. I consider them terrorists until you show us their faces, or they have the balls to come out and say, I shorted 165 million shares of Finger. They are offshore terrorists, and as far as I'm concerned, they're funding terrorist organizations that want to kill Americans. Because I don't know anybody else I didn't wake up this morning and say, I'm going to go try to kill Apple Computer. I don't do that. Who does that? All right, so whoever's doing it is someone outside the country that wants to destroy the country. And if the money's going outside the country, are they supporting terrorist groups? Prove us wrong. Let's see their faces. All right, let's see who they are. Let's expose the criminals. MMTLP, the government's doing everything they can to protect the criminals. They won't give us the names of the people that are short the stock. They know who it is. Give us the names. Let them walk the walk of shame. Let's see who they are. All right, but again, until someone shows me that, I consider them terrorists. So if it is Lynn Partners, all right, their partners are from Australia. Are they terrorists? Are they funding a terrorist group? I think someone needs to look into it, because I don't know where the money's going. Right? If the money is flowing out of the country, we have to know where it's flowing to, because that's obviously they can use it against us and hurt and kill people. So again, I refer to them as terrorists for that reason. And until we get their names, okay, then we can figure out whether they're a naked short-selling hedge fund like that fat bastard Savvy, or they're real terrorists, okay, like, the Taliban or whatever. Who knows where that money's going? We have no idea. And if you look back in 2011, well, whatever, what was it, 9/11? What year was it? 2000? Was that's when the planes crashed, William? I can't remember.
2011, 9/11. No.
Yeah, so again.
It wasn't 2011. It was 2000, wasn't it?
2001, whatever it was. I can't remember. People bought puts on all the airline stocks, options. They were betting it's going down the days before. All right? They never told us who did it. Who had that information to buy puts on the airline stocks? Who knew that? They never told us who did it. The SEC never said boo. Google it. You can see yourself. Who bought the puts? So as far as I'm concerned, we all thought they were terrorists buying puts on the airlines. So again, until they show us their names and their faces, they're terrorists. Right? Not, Finger Motion may not be an airline stock, but their money is good as anybody else's money to steal and use it against us. All right. So again, William, do you have anything?
Yeah, there's a couple quick ones. The most the most obvious question. The volume in Finger today is less than 100,000. Does it mean anything?
Yes, I put the picture up of a tsunami. In a tsunami, the water goes away from the beach first. Okay? So if you're ever on the beach and you see the water receding, okay, out to the ocean, get the hell out of there, because then the tsunami's coming behind it. So if the volume's drying up, that's like the water receding, right? What comes next? The tsunami. So let's sit back and enjoy the show.
One gentleman's asking if people should move the calls on Finger out to February because we don't really know what time anything is going to happen.
Well, just look at the things that are happening. The volume is dried up. Things are telling you, all the chart people said the same thing. It's getting close to showtime. All right? Again, if it's not happening now, you can get the next month's options cheap again and keep, you can actually play 3 months of options and not get the cost of paying for a premium on a further out option. So let's say you spent 20 cents, 30 cents, 40 cents, you spent 90 cents, and the same call for time out could be $1.25. You're just getting it 30 cents cheaper anyway. Right?
Yeah.
Same play.
So in other words, if you started with $1.20, which you might pay for February, set it aside, just spend 25 cents for August, 20, and then they expire. 25 cents for September, they expire. 25 and so on.
You can get 4 or 5 months out of an option play, playing the cheaper options. That's why we call them throwaway options, because you're trying to time it. I can't time it. The timing, it tells me it's now. That's what it tells me. There's zero selling, okay? Every time we buy it, they come in, try to mark it down. But again, where are they going? We all know they're trapped. Okay, so we're crazy. It's not 165 million. Like I said, make it 65 million. We traded 70,000 shares. Once they stop selling, okay? Once they stop selling and manipulation and at the turn buyer, you tell me the bloodbath you're going to see.
We keep hearing about it, but it never happens. Just,
again,
I'm being a jerk.
That's what. So I wish I had the recordings, okay, of the 50 people I told to go buy GameStop. And you know what they said? It's never going to happen. You're crazy. I told people to buy Bed Bath & Beyond, and a lot of people on this call did play it. And it went from $3 to $33 in 3 days. All right? So, again, these are not easy to do. Okay? But saying they never happen, you're out of your bird. They do happen. They happen every day.
You were just talking about reverse splits. Could you explain how, specifically, just one aspect, how when you short a stock, you've got to have a certain amount of maintenance requirement. So if you short a large number of shares, that money's tied up in the account. When a reverse split comes, what happens to that money?
Their position, if you short 100 shares and they reversed it down and now you only short 25 shares, that means that you're relieved from your obligation on that other money. It's free. Goodbye. Take it easy.
And it comes out of the account, no 1099?
You didn't have to do anything. They're all having a party. Lynn Partners destroyed SYTA from $10 to 4 cents. And then they reversed it 100 for 1. So if they're still short any shares, it's been their position was dropped also the same percentage.
So it's like printing money for free without paying taxes.
You got it. No one even knows the transaction. It never closed the transaction.
It's like, don't throw me in the briar patch. It's just what they're waiting for.
Listen, I can't tell you the timing. My opinion is, you see the volume like this, you have to have some understanding of what it means. Pete from Philly, Pedro from Philly.
Pedro.
Pedro said the same shit I did. All right? He was looking for these guys that move things around. I do believe they're getting calls. Something is going on behind the scenes. And if you don't have the uh, the balls to invest in a stock, or you're nervous, or you don't, whatever it may be, and you just move along, stop listening, because this is not, there's always risk in everything. Okay? We're the first to tell you that. As you can see, I can't stop security fraud. But the signs are pointing, okay, and it's coming from all types of professionals, and I don't know Pedro from Philly from a hole in the wall. And we all say the same thing. My friends say it, he says it, we talk about it, I talk to people all day, all night. This is ready to explode, okay? There's something coming. They know about it. The water's retreated. The shorts know about it. And when the tsunami comes, whatever it may be, maybe it's the government telling them, hey, maybe it's Jeffries saying, clean this up, no more. All right? Pedro said that these guys have some other times they have multiple prime brokers. Now, in the document, I think TD Bank and I forget the other firm, maybe Ameritrade. I forgot the other company, the other one that they had listed as a prime. They could be playing games using that prime, but the heavy positions at Jeffries. Jeffries shutting them down, and they're playing games at the TD Bank or whatever it was. I forgot the name. So, but again, someone's coming, the fat lady's singing, and it's getting close. That's how I see it. You don't believe it? Turn the page, go someplace else. What can I tell you?
Do whales, do professionals, do large investors and institutions, do they ever accumulate options?
Well, the stock is to a hedge fund is an option. I mean, this is not a $30 stock. A $30 stock, you'll start seeing them. In GameStop, you were seeing all the activity and options. The higher it goes, people don't want to buy a stock at $200 that has, $195 downside, right? So they buy options at $5, $6 institutions then, because the most they can lose is $5 to $6, correct?
Right.
So in a stock like this, why get into that game where you can just sit here and just buy the stock all day long and just keep adding to it? That's what they're doing. It's obvious somebody's sitting here accumulating it. But again, I can't stress, the only way to play these games is you have to be in it. You make the determination. We presented all the information. We've shown you the crooks. We've shown you their prime broker. We show you the amount of shorts every day. We let the people in D.C. know. We went to the FBI. We've done everything you could possibly do. The stock is telling you, this is the same stock a couple of weeks ago. They were blasting it down to 4 as fast as they can do it to get it to mark it down. They did everything their power to try to hold it down so it didn't rally back up. And now it stops. Something's going on. I can't tell you what it is, but someone's got a call. Maybe some sort of enforcement agents knocked on their door. Something is going on.
Well, flesh that out. Flesh that out. They're not trading today. It does seem someone's told them to stop selling, and there doesn't seem to be buying either. What do you think could be going on?
Well, the buying is individual investors. Like, I'm not sitting here running a trading desk, calling up hedge funds, telling them to go buy the stock.
Right.
Okay, so I'm not sitting here. All I'm doing is educating the people that are here to understand what I see and what I feel. I'm not sitting here pitching the stock. If I was a broker, again, okay, I would be on the phone all day, and I guarantee you I have people buying the stock if I was a broker, but I'm not a broker. You don't want to be in it. I told everyone in the free world what I believe. It's up to you. You got to be in it to win it. That's the only way it goes. You can't win the lottery unless you buy a stupid ticket, right?
Right.
So that's how it goes. I can't force you to buy it. I can only educate you about it. People tell you how great Apple is all the time. Oh, you got to buy Apple there. iPhone 20 is great, whatever the hell they're selling now. All right, that's the same thing. You're getting a different education. You're getting an education, in my opinion, that can change your life overnight. And you can sit there and say, well, that never happens. Well, go ask the people whose life changed in GameStop or Peloton or Beyond Meat or TLRY, Tilray. Those stocks going from nothing to $200-$300. Go see if it changed their life. All right? And you know what? We all were tiptoeing around those names. We made money in them, but we never stayed because we didn't know the extent of the information that you have now. You don't understand the information that you guys are getting.
Did 130,000 cover in the real short of Finger?
Yes, I posted it. They covered it probably between $5 and $6. It looks like I'm doing it based on timing charts. I look at it. I reported it when they shorted it. They shorted it below 2. So I'm going to go easy on them, saying they covered it 5. I think they covered probably closer to 6, but I'll say 5. They lost 3 points on 187,000, and they're still short whatever the number is.
Do you think some of that driving the stock downward was to help them cover?
Oh, I believe that the shorts, these guys tried to cover when the stock is running, and the shorts blasted it to them because they, obviously these guys are working in cahoots, the real short and the naked short.
Hey, hang on. You've got a special guest. Oh, no, you don't. I thought you did.
I called up. I tried to get Pee Wee Herman on for us, but he passed away.
Oh,
that's how stupid this whole thing is that we're watching this nonsense. That the regulators, the FBI, the DOJ, the FINRA, the NASDAQ, everybody knows. And we have to sit here educating people about it every day because they don't do anything about it. It's just amazing.
So there's 3 different questions on GTII. 1, will the dividend help move the stock? 2, will GTI move after Finger? And 3, should people sell GTII to buy Finger? Hang on one second. All right. Hello, Pedro? All right, hang on. All right, we're going to have dueling banjos now. Pedro's on and Ham is on.
Yeah, Pedro, hold on one second. I was answering your questions, William. Okay. The answer is yes, no.
All right.
I was just going to hop on to say Ham's right over the target again. Quick question. How many Powerball lottery winners have won the lottery without buying a ticket? I'll wait for your answers.
Wait a second. Hey, Joe, wait. I can answer that. You ready? My friend owed me money and bought me lottery tickets many years ago.
All right. Well, we don't need a loophole, Ham.
He gave me the ticket. I went to the bathroom. True story. And I jumped up and I missed the whole thing by the last number by 1 digit. I hit 5 out of 6. The last number was 21, and I had 20, and I got $1,800 for missing the last number.
You can, but you didn't win the Powerball. You just won some loot. So, just to reiterate what he's saying, he's telling you and teaching people the different ways to approach it and go after it. The other thing I'll say is anybody who thinks a stock going from $1.50 to $7 isn't a giant fucking move, you shouldn't be in the market. 15% in a stock is a big move, guys. Okay, we're all screwed. Everyone got screwed in their head expecting GameStops around every corner. GameStop is, and what happened there was literally once in a 50-year event. Okay, so change your what is big and what is a lot. The potential there is for the same type of moves. It absolutely is. The seismic activity is there, right? The plates are pressing up against each other to have that another mega earthquake. I actually think they can be bigger this time around, but you can't predict them when they're going to go. But keep in mind, 1.5 to 5.5 is a big freaking move. Okay, so
Pedro, I look at it a different way. Just add a 0. Make believe it was 10.5, and it went to 70 and a half. That's how big the move is. It went from $10 to $70. Think about that. That's how big that move is.
Yeah, plenty of ways to look at it. I'm just saying that, that's a big move. I mean, fingers, it's like, people are saying, oh, it's already had a big move, and now it's consolidating and getting its sea legs for the next move. But you can't predict when this stuff happens. They don't just wake up one day and say, okay, you win, we lose. This is not how this works. So sorry for butting in, but I just wanted to chime in.
Listen, again, we both come from the same place, but different places. And we both we both train the same way. It happens when it happens. But if you're not in it, you can't win it. That's just the fact. There's nothing you can say. We've given you opinions from every which angle. Everything's documented. We've done everything we can on the political front. And Pedro, we will have someone reach out to you soon. I'll let them know. We'll include you in the movie. And you can use your voice. You can sing, dance. You can do a gay love scene. I could care less what you want to do. If you need one, I got my friend Lou in Brooklyn looking for a gay love partner for the movie. So anyway, I appreciate your efforts, and we're here anytime.
Pedro,
the last thing I'll say before I go, somebody else asked me something on, my thoughts on Finger today, and I just posted a screenshot of the open interest. I would really encourage people to always look at open interest in any kind of a situation like this. You got to look at the open interest and see where stuff lies. And Novix is a big battleground stock, and you can glean a lot. At least I think you can from how the options are staggered. I think there's over 13,000 in Finger. There's over 13,000 calls from 5 to 7.5, and then there's really no puts from 5 up, from 5.5 up, but there's maybe 1,000 or a decent chunk of puts 5 and below. So if they're shorting puts and shorting calls and trying to box it up, okay, the backdoor way to cover is by selling a put, and then if they can manipulate the stock and actually collect the premium of an out-of-the-money put and then make it close in the money, and actually force them to be put to, it's actually a backdoor cover for a short. It's a strategy that hedge funds use all the time. And so take a look at the options. So if they've been selling calls and selling puts for next week, this is the 18th. There's not as much for tomorrow, but it's going to be an issue. So always pay attention to the open interest.
I agree with you. There's zero. I do follow it. And there is zero activity since the last time they did it, which was the attack, when they attacked it down from 7. That was the activity in the 4s, the 5s, and the 6s. And actually the 2s, that whole thing has been washed out. They're all basically worthless right now.
Yeah, I wasn't saying you, Ham. I know you watch it every tick. I'm saying for the people that are trying to learn and trying to understand, it's just another tool to look at for them to either buy.
So does that mean you think it's going to go below 5 by Friday so they can force these puts?
You can't phrase things in a way of so you think it's going to. I'm making an observation that you have the puts, the open interest in puts lie below the 5 line,
right,
and the open interest in the calls lie above the 5 line. So it's the market without uptick rules, they can push a stock to within a penny of what they want to do. Just watch AMC on expiration days are on the 5 line, right? They make sure they can close at any price they want if they really want to. But when they start running out of ammo, and I've said yesterday that when the volume dries up, something's going on, and we don't know what, but they either don't want to use more ammo, they either don't have any more ammo, or they're worried or something else. I'm just simply making an observation of always look where the open interest, the bulk of the open interest lies. They'll always stand out. Like in the Novix, next week, there's 20,000 of the 20 calls, open interest. Okay, and then there's 35 or 25,000 calls from 16 up to 20. Well, I'll bet you $1 that they're going to try to run for sub 16 next Friday. Now, it may be successful or not, but you can look at a strike and you can look at the big open interest. It'll stand out to you, and then that a lot of times becomes a magnet or a beacon that a stock will lay around. Then if you add in the beautiful situation is when they're trying to pull this bullshit, total manipulation to make options melt worthless, right? Is when news happens, when they're balls deep trying to get this done, then it blows up in their face and it's game fucking on. So, but you can't predict news, so you don't know what's going to happen. But I'm just saying it's another tool to always be looking at the open interest in options. That's it.
What's your reaction? One more question. Sorry, Ham. What's your opinion of the low volume today in Finger? Does it indicate anything?
Well, it's the same thing I said yesterday, which is they're either out of ammunition, they either don't want to use ammunition, or there's something that has stopped them from doing anything. We don't know. We don't know if we have no idea, right? It's all speculation, but you can watch the tea leaves. Was dried up for a reason. And so either they have it to a place they want it to be for now, and they don't need to, right? It's like, it's like constantly jumping out from around the corner and yelling, boo, boo, and to try to scare somebody. And so maybe they keep doing it and they get it to a spot that they like and they want to see some premium melt. So they're perfectly happy. If no one's going to challenge them on the buy side, if buyers are just sitting and waiting too, and they got it to a price that they like for now because they're really shooting for next Friday's expiration, but they kind of like this 520 range and they can let it sit here and the premium melts, right? The ice cubes are melting. And if you have a cross-selling and a put-selling strategy to try to contain the stock and take some income out of the stock while you protect the short, well, that's what you want. You want it to stay low, at a level, and let that options premium, that ice cube, melt another day. So you don't know what it means. Like it's an observation of a change from what was happening before, and so that could always warrant a thought process of what's going on. And I've seen it a ton of times where the volume dries up, and it's the prelude to, as Ham's analogy, that it's like, wow, it's really calm here, and then all of a sudden the tsunamis come. It's because the barometric pressure is dropping, and the tides are doing something weird, and the water gets calm. But it's all hell is coming. So you don't know. But we've seen it many, many times. And then the other thing I'll say is everyone's like, well, when? Look, the entire GameStop move, I believe, was in 7 trading days, right? The real move. And the total move, I think, from literally 5 to 400 might have been 15 days. I tweeted last week that I went through BB, GameStop, AMC, and another one. I forget. Oh, Nokia. It all happened in a matter of days. People think this was some long, they were grinding higher, right? If you actually look at the finger chart and you look at some other charts of some of the ones that did crazy shit, very, very reminiscent of the same pattern that they did it. But the actual move was not. Just go back and look last year at GTII's move from whatever it was, 50 cents to 8, and look at Finger's move from whatever it was, 62 cents to 9. It had a matter of days. It's 5, 6, 7 days. These things happen fast. I mean, they go from nothing to 100 miles an hour very quickly. And if as Ham was saying earlier, if you just keep saying, okay, I'm going to keep buying lottery tickets a month out, they're cheap YOLOs, out of the monies, baby calls, baby puts, people will call them, where you're just taking a shot, fully expecting a zero, but you're willing to blow $800 to make 8,000, or blow $800 to make 16,000. All right, and that's the game. And you just keep saying, okay, well, if I do this for 6 months and I blow 800, on the $4,000 that you spend, you make 50 grand. Well, it makes the 3,200 that you spent before look really good. So that's that strategy of buying baby calls or baby puts for an event. Or you can do other strategies. But there's just remember, this shit happens fast, and it will happen again fast. So be prepared.
That's why I tell people, put your good till cancel orders. You can do it in anything, an option, a stock. You go take a shit, you can come back and it'll be gone. That's
such a great reminder.
It happened to me. That's how I know.
Yeah, and it's happened to me as well. But that's a great reminder for everybody. Don't be scared of it. And if it's getting there, don't move it. Don't let emotions. If that price looked good to you 5 days ago, and now it's approaching your target, hey, it's a high class problem to make a ton of money, and be able to regroup and find something else. My old boss used to tell me, "Hey, go settle down. There's a once in a lifetime opportunity every fucking day," and it's true. That's what the beauty of the stock market is. It'll just keep giving gives. So if you put out a GTC and you get run over and, oh my God, I coulda, woulda, shoulda, blah blah blah. Fuck it. Who cares? You got a bunch of dough. You made a bunch of dough. Regroup. Find the next one. So
we bought GameStop at 3 3/4. I pitched thousands of people. I wrote reports. I sent it to everyone on the street. And I had maybe 20, 25 people that bought it. The highest we sold it was 118. We sold our last 5,000 at 118 from 3 3/4. We thought we were heroes.
Yeah.
It went to 500. But you know what? You can't look back. That's it. Take it off your screen. Next. That's it.
And you are a hero. Yeah. It's in my early days. And I'm saying that the sale looks like a hero now, right? But you turn that money into other things.
That's what I try to tell people. So, your friend that owns the Mets told me to my face, make sales, average them always up. You're never going to hit the top. You're never going to hit the bottom. So just keep making sales. You never go broke that way. You always get an average price on the way out. That's it.
That's exactly right. Exactly right. So.
All right, Pedro, thank you very much. I appreciate
thank you for everything you're doing. Have a good day, guys.
Thank you, Pedro. All right, the hamster.
Okay, so again, I said yes, no to you.
Well, what you said is the dividend is going to have an impact.
Yes, MMTLP has created such a headache for the whole street, and it was a dividend. That's the theory behind the special dividend. So it will create a headache. The brokerage firms are going to journal entry a counterfeit share into your account if they don't have it. So the brokerage firms are basically committing security fraud doing that. So that's why it creates a problem. So again, we are exposing it. The regulators know that the company did it. And we're all on the lookout, including West Christian, for fraud. We rather sue E-Trade, Ameritrade, Morgan Stanley, whoever gives you that fake share, okay? They're just increasing the flow to the company with a magic wand. Think about that. All of a sudden, if you own a house, Morgan Stanley's telling you, hey, William's your partner now. He owns it too. That's what they did.
Unbelievable.
That's exactly is the only way I can describe it.
So then the second question was, and you just talked about GTII's dividend. The second question was, will GTI run after Finger? And you said yes. And
I put that up on Twitter. Everything that we sell, okay, Finger Motion and GTI flip-flopped. Don't ask me how, but it did. I thought GTI was going first, but it flipped to Finger Motion. So Finger Motion goes, we're just coming the other way. I don't know how to tell you. Do whatever you like. You want to buy it, sell it, that's your business. I can't tell you. But dumping it and running it to something else. What happens if you sold GTII right now and I was completely wrong, and the minute you sold it, the stock takes off and goes. And you say to yourself, boy, that's going to suck. Well, one day I bought 300 calls, and I think it was in Avon. It used to be Apple Victor Peter. I had the 35 calls. I paid 2 5/8 for them. I had 300 or 400 of them. And supposedly there was supposed to be some news the next day. And if the news didn't come by 10 o'clock, I was instructed that I should sell it. Okay? And I was just following somebody who gave me an idea of something was coming. I was driving to the office, and this is before cell phones, so I had nowhere to contact anybody. It was pouring, raining. A duck flew into my antenna, cracked my windshield. I swerved into the curb and blew out my tire. It was 9:30. I'm in the middle of the street, pouring rain, looking for the duck. No duck, I don't know where it went. And a change in my tire. I got to the office at 2 minutes to 10. The stock was up 30 cents, 40 cents. 10 o'clock came in. I sold my calls. I did what I was supposed to do. I get the report back. As soon as I got the report back, I think I made 30 cents, so $12,000. I got the report back, and this is a true story. the stock stopped trading and opened up $5 higher. So I left $150,000 on the table. Somebody from above was throwing lightning bolts at me, trying to slow me down, not to get to that office and sell. But like an idiot, I broke through the rain, the flat, the duck, you name it, to hurry up and get to the office. Everyone in the office couldn't believe that I was standing there drenched, dirty, and got out of these things, and I was the last person to make a sale, and then it went up $5. So it happens to everybody. So that was just a crazy true story.
So the last question was, would you sell GTII to buy Finger?
I'm just trying to say, if you sold GTII and that happened to you and it turned and went up, you would kill yourself.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
I wouldn't advise.
Exactly. That's a good example.
And I just gave you the story. I sold it, but that's what I was instructed to do, and I did it. I had no idea. And I couldn't believe it. I went home and kicked myself in the ass, saying God was doing everything to stop me. Somebody was telling me, don't go, slow down, you idiot. But I couldn't help myself.
So you hate ducks? Someone's asking you?
No, it hit my antenna. I guess he bounced off the car. I never saw him. I looked around for it. I couldn't believe it. But all of a sudden you see this big bird. It caught the antenna on the car. For those that are young, we used to have antennas on the car, the right-hand side, with this big metal thing. And it bent back, cracked my windshield, and I turned into the curb, and I got a flat tire.
And the antenna was for a radio, which is something we used to have, too.
Right. Well, anyway, that's a true story. And it cost me $150,000 because I wanted to race there and hurry up and sell. Right? But again, when you don't have the information, I was basing it on anybody else. I didn't have the knowledge of what was going on. I had no idea.
Yeah, which is
but
more...
I did what I was told.
There's some questions left over from yesterday. Why can't FINRA pull the rug out from under these criminals? It's a great question. They belong in the whole. It's just I don't know how to answer it. I don't know how those people go home. The lady's name is Annette Nazareth. If you guys wanna bust someone's balls, here I'll give you their number. That she's a disgrace. She knows about it. My friend's been calling her for 20 years, 15 years at least. She's the head of short selling at the NASDAQ. She never does shit. She's a disgrace. How does she go home every day? And everyone's called her up. I'm just looking for a number here. I'll repost it so you can see it. Yvonne Hubler, here you go. Anybody, MMTLP, go knock yourself out. Here she is. I gave you a number, a partner, an assistant's number. I just put it up there. Give her a call. Yvonne Hubler and Sewell Lee, whatever the hell his name is. She's the head of market reg short sales. Yvonne Hubler, 240-386-5034. Could you? Just a couple of people seem to be asking, at least one, but could you re-explain what Pedro was just talking about, this boxing strategy of selling puts and selling calls?
I would have to show you on a board. It's too complex. There's ways that you can trade calls and puts to create stock, to sort of like Elon Musk lands his rockets back on a pad. It's the same thing. They can use options, both sides. I could show you against I just don't have the capacity to
it's
do
all
it,
right. It's okay. It's
very complex option strategy. If you want to go read an option book, you can go open it up and you can see how they can create stock and short it, and using options. You can exercise this. You can buy calls, exercise the long, sell the stock. You can do 100 things. It's just I'm not going to say I can't. This is very complex. It's
and it's
Done
boring.
by very few, and it's definitely boring. But I'm a run and gun offense guy. If I'm told to be long, I'm calls. I don't do anything with puts. I don't sell the puts to open and try to collect premium. Some people do that. Hedge funds do that. They sell the puts to collect the premium. If you think the stock is going up, for example, if we think Finger Motion is going to go up tomorrow 20 points, Why not go out there and sell these $7 puts to open at $2, right? You collect the $2 and you can take the $2 and they can go buy calls with it. They generate money. They get the income in and they can go buy calls. If the stock is going to go to 10, the $7 puts are going to zero. So if you sell them at 2, they're going to zero, right? If you knew it was going up. And I don't see any activity in any of the options. So all the strategies that we're talking about, there's really nothing going on. So that leads me to believe what Pedro said. And if there's no activity, they ran out of bullets. Something is going on. So that's what he sees. That's what I see. So something is going on behind the scenes, whether their prime has shut them down. I've been told that they can, instead of selling 100 shares, they can only sell 10 shares a day now. You know, it's a completely different look. Something is going on.
One questioner asks you, what do you think's going on in the offices of the Lind Partners right now?
I think they have a huge problem, and I think they are in a panic. So listen, if you're a gangster, you don't give a shit, all right? When you're a businessman like Lynn, who actually was running a operation, correct? You know, has strayed into the dark side. Now they're trapped. Their business model has been exposed, and now they can't get out of it. I think these guys, have a huge problem, and they know it.
They're not like the Kramers.
I can tell you for a fact, the CEO of BRAG went to Lynn's office the day we had the truck outside their office, and he was in a panic because he took money from them, and they assured them, Lynn had to tell him, they assured him that they could short him the stock. Right? So that CEO knows he got a $10 million note with these characters, and I'm sure he's sitting on pins and needles watching what they're doing.
It's weird they haven't done it yet, but I guess...
My friend knows that CEO, and he told me that 100% that they were there.
But they haven't started shorting it yet, which is interesting.
They have. There's been big buy. This stock went from trading 2,000 shares a day, and then a week's period they traded a lot of volume. So it looks to me, and I posted it to the FBI, it looks like they paid someone to actually go buy the stock so they could sell into it. That's what it looked like to me.
Wow.
That, my friends, is a payment to pump up the stock so that Lynn can actually tells a fund, hey, once you go get the longest stock, go buy 1 million shares. We'll sell it to you, and you pay, $5 for it, and I'll give you 50 cents back in cash. Think about that. And Lynn gets to sell 1 million shares at $5, gets their money, half of their money off the table, give this guy 50 cents commission in cash, as they say. Guy makes it $500,000. He buys the stock, and Lynn is happy. Whoever the clients are that bought the stock, gotta hope it doesn't go to zero. That's what it looked like to me.
Alibaba reports solid earnings beat. Revenue rises most since September 2021. That has to be good for Finger.
Listen, the naked shorts, Lynn Partners, have given zero value to anything about China. Zero. So you tell me.
They know best.
They know best. They probably don't even eat Chinese food, so they know best. They know everything that comes out. They know nothing. They know that the company had a sexy business model, that people were going to buy the stock and they could short against it. We're laughing all the way to the bank, naked shorting the stock, until a group of people stepped up and said, F you, and took it to their face, and now they got a problem. When the stock screamed, the company raised the money from a tremendous group of investors, okay, real people, and they got rid of Lynn, and now Lynn's trapped and exposed. Now the game is on. And people are sitting here, again, I wouldn't waste my time. Pedro just told you, the stock just went from 1.5 to 7. That is a tremendous move. Why are we still sitting here? That's the stock going from $10 to $70. Why am I still sitting here wasting my breath telling you that this is the greatest opportunity that I've ever seen in my life? Because I think it's going higher than 7. That's why we're still standing here. All right, and the same thing in GTII. We documented it all. I don't need to say it every day. All right, but when finger motion goes, that's a tremendous source of funds to move from one stock to another. All right, we're not letting it go away. The opportunity's there. All right, so there's nothing I can say. I'm not Fidelity Management. I can only do what I can afford. All right, I'm not selling my kidney. If I could, I would. If anybody wants to buy it, it's for sale. Anyway, but again, this is what we believe. The opportunities here. You don't want to be in it? Go find your own thing. Go find, there's plenty of other stocks to go trade. Knock yourself out. All right, we're just educating you on the security fraud and two opportunities that I think are life-changing.
One of your listeners is saying that we're on the wrong side. We should just be selling these stocks naked.
Okay, I wish I wish I was a scumbag. And if you are doing it, you're a scumbag, which is great. Just do me a favor. Just put on the back of your jacket. You're a scumbag. And walk down the street. Tell everybody what you're doing, and be proud. Don't hide in the shame. Come out in the light and tell us. Wall Street's about people taking opposite sides of the bet. I have no problem with that. If you are borrowing the shares legitimately and you're short, why are you hiding? Come out and tell us who you are. What's the big deal? When you're telling me you're naked shorting and you're doing something like that, then you're a scumbag, you're a thief, and you don't have the balls to step out. And I'll be glad to come with you to the FBI. You can tell them your story, why you're doing it, and just show us how you're doing it. And let's see how big you are then when you want to talk about that. That's all. It's pretty easy.
This gentleman, I'm putting his point in front of the line. He says the volume is so dead. Usually this is an indicator before a massive short squeeze because he's seen that happen before. Who knows? But I would agree with him.
I would 1,000% agree. I can't tell people to go buy the stock. I've told everyone in creation the opportunity's here. I'm not going to ring your doorbell and tell you twice. That's to my friends. I tell them, and they say, "Well, I'm in this other stock, and I'm going to buy it." You make your own decision. That's when it goes. If you catch it, you're lucky. If you miss it, you're going to be sick. That's how I look at it.
Do you think it's a coincidence that the CEO of Jefferies has been selling out his entire position now?
Well, listen, I'm a firm believer that insiders get stock, and that's good. They get paid compensation for doing that. You got a tremendous responsibility running these companies. Again, but it's strange that a company like Jefferies, which is a prime broker to something like this, he can look at this thing and say, the way we're looking at it, if this thing blows up, we're going down. We're going to lose everything. Why would I, if Goldman Sachs is 101 leverage on everything, Jeffrey's got the same type of problem. And if this is going to get exposed, I told you before, there's going to be a lot of damage. These big stocks, banks, Goldman, these are going to go down. And the shit stocks, as we call them, will go up. That's how it's going to happen. They're going to have to cover these positions. So AMC could have a short squeeze based on the demise of Wall Street, which is okay with me, right? I don't care about Goldman Sachs.
Yeah.
But they have to close out their positions. Remember, a naked short or a short is eventually a buyer. They have to buy it back.
Busy Brands is asking you on GNS. That's the CEO with three first names.
I stopped watching it.
Yeah, he says, is it similar to Overstock, this distribution they're talking about? I don't know.
He started like a ball of fire, and he's got his own agenda, and that's his business. I don't follow it. And cheer him on. Good luck. God bless him. What else can I say?
What happened to Wes Christian?
He's not allowed to speak because they're all public companies. What can you do? You can't talk about information that affects a public company. When he's allowed to speak, he'll stick his head out and speak, right?
That's right.
I can't call him up and say he's going to say, well, this is going to come out tomorrow in this stock in XYZ, and you can go out there and go buy some calls and make some money. And I say, sure, thank you. And then, I'll get in trouble for getting the information. I don't want to. He doesn't want to get in trouble, neither do I.
I think Richard of Not Legal Advice gave a great presentation yesterday, but one of the questions that resulted was, oh, so now we have to wait till next year for Alpine. And I'm asking you, that doesn't matter in terms of the stock price of GTII moving.
Alpine, death sentence is coming. All right, they're on death row. What else can I tell you? They're extending it. We all believe he talked about the hiding assets. This is what they do. All right. Why not hire the best lawyers behind the scenes to hide the hundreds of millions of dollars they probably looted over the years? Okay. You got to remember, if this guy had LLCs and the Caymans, he's probably closing them down and, moving the funds to someplace else. The only reason they would do that is they're trying to, hide what they're doing. There's no question about it.
This was an interesting question from yesterday, and I think it's something you could answer. Why all of a sudden are the brokers willing to issue shares to people, whether it's through ASD or directly on MMTLP? I'm going to ask you, is that a prelude to a settlement possibly? They're cleaning up.
I listen, if they're starting to show their cards, something's coming up. There's got to be a settlement. Something's coming up. The pressure's too great. I keep trying to tell you, you just got to read the cards. Now, there's no way to profit from what you just, we can't profit from if you don't own the stock.
Right.
All right. So there's a crack in the wall. And something's breaking, and these guys, the people that, I told you, the brokerage firms don't want to jeopardize their firms over this thing. Who's the short seller? It's, it's Joe Blow from, Bolivia. Who the hell knows who it is, right? I don't know. No one's going to take the liability for these things. They can't hide it anymore until it goes up to the Senate, right?
That's right.
This is going to get exposed, and they're going to have to do something about it. Some people have to. The SEC's got to answer tomorrow. Is it 11th tomorrow? Is the 11th tomorrow? I forgot.
The 11th is tomorrow. Yep.
So the SEC has to address the Senate on the problem with MMTLP. What are they going to say? We can't speak because we're an investigative body. What are they going to say? The same thing?
I would love it if they said, oh, it's just this one company that this is happening to. This is not widespread.
Again, they have to. They can't say things like that because there's proof all over the place.
I know.
And they would be roasted alive, And I think it's great that the politicians are getting involved. People are knocking on their doors. And I was at a party last night for a little bit, and one of the Democratic members there knows RFK.
Wow.
Personally.
Wow.
And he's trying to get me a meeting with him and to bring up the naked short selling and use it in his campaign. Now, he may not win.
We're 100,000 strong. We'll all send $10.
I said that you could potentially have millions of people standing up, and you could topple everybody with this conversation. So he knows it. He's actually long finger motion, and he was laughing, and he said that he knew him, and I couldn't put it together for a little bit, and then he said, "Would you like to meet with them?" And he said, "There's an next event in the area that we would go," so I would go see him immediately.
Here's a gentleman I love that, by the way. Here's a gentleman making the point that there's a lot of options in August, not many in September. So to the extent that means some people know anything, everyone's expecting Finger to move now. It's an interesting point.
The one thing I would point out is that the value, don't get me wrong, money's money. I got it. It's not like we're buying $5 options yet. We haven't seen that. We're all buying speculative options, 50 cents, 40 cents, 80 cents, 30 cents. It's money. I got it. It's like we're betting on a horse, and we're all doing the same thing. I got it. But when you get into a GameStop where the stock is, $10, and the 11s are $4, the 12s are $3, and the premium is explosive. Okay, that's real money. Okay, that's option money. Right? Don't get me wrong. We see the big numbers. If the average cost on 30,000 calls is 30 cents. It's not millions of dollars. It's very small as far as the option pool goes.
Yeah.
Again, when you start seeing the big money calls trading, when you see 5,000 or 10,000 $5 calls trading, that's the big boys are here then. We haven't got that yet. I'm a firm believer in A, you got to be in it to win it, and accumulation. If you want to buy it, and you got to buy 10,000 shares, you buy 1,000 at the offer. As long as you buy a little bit, 10%, what you got to do, always get your foot in the door, and then you build into it every day. That's the way to do it.
So
I posted a story yesterday about a gentleman that bought 5,000 shares. The stock was 540 to 543, 5,000 to 543. They printed him at 523.
The bid was 540?
540. He went to take the offer. They hit the bids and crossed him at 523 in a second. I don't know what time it was, but he texted it to me. And it's just, they lost 20 cents on 5,000 shares in a second.
Unbelievable. So about 5 minutes ago, somebody pointed out there's only 20,000 shares traded in Finger while we've been on the call. That, to me, that's a bullish sign, but
I can't. If they were attacking it down to 4, we all watched the bloodbath. Sell it as fast as they could, and it's completely stopped, and the stock is north of 5. Why? What's going on? All right, you can sit here and think, oh, it's a trap. It's no trap. If they can't even, with no volume, they can't even average up. They're not holding the stock over 5.20. The stock is not $5.20 because they're our friends. And they're going to say, there's no volume, so they can't even average up. Pedro would understand this. If I'm short 164 million shares, I want to sell my next 10 million. I want to sell it at $7 to $10 to bring my average up so I make more money. So they're not even, with no volume, they're not even doing anything. All they're standing here is getting a negative mark and a margin call. That's not part of the game. That's not part of the program. Something is shutting them down from doing more damage. And to me, just change the symbol. If this symbol was Tesla, I guarantee you, Pedro would be on the phone, like me, pounding every hedge fund I know on the street. Hey, the stock has got a huge short in it. There's no selling, and it just turned green. And everyone that he calls, I guarantee he get an order to go buy stock. Because I know I would. And I did it. And that's the signs you look for. You got a classic sign here. The sign is, forget the options. I don't give a shit about them. I'm talking about stock trading. This stock is a screaming buy. It's telling you that it's going higher. There's no selling. The manipulation is ended. There's something going on behind the scenes. They're holding it up here. The stock is staying here because, A, there's got to be a big buyer, and they can see it. They know something's coming. Again, the warning has been, the bells have been ringing. They know it's coming.
Back when
they're trying to figure out how to get out of it. Okay.
Back when the markets had real price discovery and, real traders, this kind of lack of action to me would be the prelude to an announcement or a offering or a event, but who knows?
There's something coming because they all know about it.
Somebody knows something. That's what it looks like.
Somebody knows something. The fund that is, whoever's buying the stock is standing here. The shorts must get word from the market makers that there's a big buyer around. They know it. They all talk to each other. So they know there's a big buyer here, or they know there's some news is coming. or an event is coming, or maybe the SEC, the FBI, the DOJ, someone's knocking on their door. And that, to me, gives you, shake it up, that gives you the greatest opportunity in the world. And it just so happened that it jumped in front of GTII by accident, so it could flip-flop back in a minute. Finger motion can scream. Well, last time GTI screamed and then finger. They both ran at the same time, correct? I think it was within a day they both ran.
So one gentleman's pointing out that his financial advisor is telling him he's insane to have bought GTII. It's not a question. It's just a observation, I suppose.
Yes.
I don't know why you would expect any different, anything different.
But listen, tell your financial advisor that you bought NVIDIA at $450 at the top, and it's down $40 now. I thought it was going to $800 because everyone said it was going there, but I'm down $40.
I would just ask a financial advisor, name your top 3 stocks that you follow closely, and give me a reason why to buy them. They don't follow stocks anymore, so whatever.
Right. That's a good one. Let me see your track record. Let me see how good you are. Let me see you buy something with your money and show me how it works out. Give me the dates and let me see what you do before you give me that advice.
One guy's asking, this is on MMTLP, do you think the system, the Wall Street, is getting everybody to move their shares to the transfer agent, so once they're there, they're trapped, so that then they can open up 2 days of trading and we won't be able to participate?
So if you're concerned about that, move 20% of your stock over and keep the 80% behind, or do 50-50.
There you go.
If you think like that.
There you go. And there's one more question here on that I have to look because my brain is an aging organ. Oh, this guy's asking if you do a TV show, are you going to be advocating for settlement?
The whole game, if you watch the GameStop saga, go back, and once it happened, GameStop, everyone talked about naked short selling. And then it disappeared from every financial article. No one ever talks about it. They changed the story to payment for order flow. And they got that in the news now. And everyone sitting here, including Jon Stewart, has talked about payment for order flow. Everyone's getting rich for payment for order flow. The orders are flowing into the dark pools, blah, 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 blah. It comes down to whoever sold me my stock, I don't give a shit if it's the man on the moon, you better deliver what I paid for. So it comes down to stock settlement. I do not care if someone sells me shares. I want to be able to buy it. If the SEC they're tooting their own horn that you're going to get a cheaper price, all right, because of the liquidity, because these guys can provide liquidity for you, that's all well and good if that's what they think. But when you sell me the stock, you better deliver it. And these people that are selling stock using the market maker exemption and flooding the markets, they never buy it back. Forced settlement, and that game ends. There won't be one market maker left. Citadel will be running for the hill. They would never take an order and pay for an order unless they have an edge. The edge is the loophole that they can keep selling naked short. That's the loophole, and that's the edge. Take that away, and there'll be nobody. When you go to buy a stock, Finger motion should be just trading just the way you see it. 100,000 shares. There's 500 shares at 27 cents offered, 527. And once that 27's taken, the next offer is going to be 38 cents, 538. And that's what makes a market, because you know what? If I miss it at 527, I'm going to have to go pay 538 for it, 11 cents higher. And that makes me move and make my determination quicker in trading. But when you sit there and someone can sell 1 million shares at 527, and then after you buy the 1 million shares, they can offer 1 million shares at 520, and then offer 1 million at $5, and just keep moving it down. That's not liquidity, that's fraud. They're not providing anything. And they changed the story for payment for order flow. It's stock settlement. They keep changing the story. I've been doing this 23 years. They got the story off the front of the newspaper. That's number one. Then they changed it, and now it's order flow. Robinhood, if you guys own an account, or anyone has an account at Robinhood, remove it. If they have no accounts, they have no business. Punish them. All right? Move it. If you don't want to fight back, then keep your account there and hush up. There's nothing I can tell you.
Just as you're talking, it occurred to me, which maybe is obvious to everyone else, that if you're paying for order flow and you're associated with the criminals, you get a first look if there's large buying coming in, so you can start taking defensive measures. It's an interesting...
There's 100%. 100%. The market makers in finger motion are seeing big buyers below the market. They must have an order in hand. You know, Pedro knows I can have 2 million shares in my hand to buy, and I'll be working it for a fund. I'm not going to tell everybody I'm here, but everyone can see. I always go back to the story. I bought Campbell Soup. I bought millions of shares. And the seller was First Manhattan. We all knew who was selling it. And they sold it and sold it. We kept buying it. And then one day, First Manhattan was gone. We were looking around saying, where are they? Thinking it's a trap that if we pay up any higher, they're going to come and hit us. First Manhattan was done. And then Morgan Stanley came in and paid me $7 higher for all the stock that I bought. So First Manhattan wanted to sell their stock at this level. We from them. And then the stock got 7 points higher, and I flipped it all to Morgan Stanley. So these things happen. You know, you can't tell. They didn't know how big we were. We didn't know how big they were. It was like a guessing game. But once they were done, that was the end of it. And that's what it looks like to me in Finger. It looks like First Manhattan, I'm just using their name, has been selling it. It's Lynn Partners. You might as well use their real name. Lynn Partners has been selling it. And now we're all sticking our head out like a turtle, like, where is it coming out of our shells? Where are they? Are they here? You know what? But if they're not there, okay, we're testing it, and the news, and whatever's going to come, the news or the short or someone's coming, and the thing gaps, how would you like to be bidding $525 for 500 shares and you wanted to buy 50,000 and the stock goes, you don't get a chance to buy it, and the next trade is $25 and you're standing there, you know, and you didn't put any orders in. Tick. So that's why I tell you, buy a little bit, get your foot in the door, then you can make a determination whether you want to build up, you know, and build up slowly.
Well, it's an interesting point that if there's a large buy order out there, it might not be on the tape, but it's going to be at a trading desk. And as that guy or girl starts calling around, people are going to get wind of that buy order.
Well, if you go back and look at probably somewhere in one of my tweets, maybe someone could repost it, what I said about Bed Bath & Beyond, I guess it was $3. I can't remember, $3 or $4. I told you there was 36 million or 26. I forgot the exact number. I heard that there was that type of amount of stock to buy. A couple of people thought it was crazy, and then the stock went from $3 or $4 to $33, and that's when it had the last short squeeze on it.
Wow!
And it was in 3 days. I'm sure you remember. You own calls.
I do remember. Yep.
Remember what I said, but that was, we knew the buyer was around, all right? And I believe the story was coming out of Morgan Stanley. I can't remember where it was, or JP Morgan, one of those places. So someone had, 30, 40 million to buy. The story was around. I always tell people Wall Street has a way of talking. I'm sure Pedro understands that. And we hear it, and we basically, it's called front running. We heard the big order, everyone got in front of it, and the big order was filled up 30 points higher. There you go. That's how Wall Street works.
Do you know anything about the stock Nancy William Boy Oscar, NWBO?
NWBO?
I think it's a biotech. I think it's a cancer.
Yeah, I know everything about it. I remember the English guy who put $100 million into it, got blown out. I met management many years ago, and they decided not to fight back, and now they have 1 billion shares outstanding, and they're 50 cents. I met the guy something bigger. Something bigger. He's a big funder to them. I actually went to his office. One of the shareholders introduced me to him, Michael Bigger, right? I was in his office, and Northwest actually did a raise, and that guy Bigger was in it, and I was in his office, and I heard him selling it to a Maxim, and I told the client, the shareholder that introduced me to him, I said, "Hey, you sure this guy is on the right page? Because he did a secondary, and he's selling it." I was sitting in his office, and he was giving orders to sell the secondary or before the secondary. I couldn't remember, but I remember. So, again, I do remember Northwest Bio. Yes, I do. Wow. I remember there was an English guy, a big English fund, a biotech fund. He got blown out. They robbed him for $100 million, I think.
Will Finger Motion give in to the shorts and do a deal with them?
You know, that's a great question. We answered it 50 goddamn times. They just canceled the S1. The S1 was canceled. They can give in to them and say, okay, we're gonna give you stock, but it's gonna have to take 9 years to get it to you. So they told you in an S1 that they told the SEC to cancel the S1, and the S1 is canceled. What are they gonna give them?
Exactly. It's great news, that withdrawal.
It's great. You just got we posted it. It was the greatest news. And I'm sorry for being nasty. I'm just.
I don't blame you. People ask the same.
No. Just listen. Because people don't understand it. Listen, I don't know how to fly a kite. So again, if I ask you about how to fly a kite, I've never gotten it off the ground.
I've told you to go do that several times.
I run back and forth with the beach with a hurricane coming. I can't get the kite to go up.
Somebody just it's about Finger. Halts. Do you think they'll halt Finger?
No.
And if they did halt it, it doesn't.
We just watched it the other day. We just watched VTGN the other day. Victor, Tom, Gary, Nancy. It just went to 60 plus and back down on a short squeeze. There was no halts. Everyone got a chance. My friends bought it. By accident, they were in it. I knew nothing about it. And they bought it below $2, and it went to 60. They made a lot of money. Because they were in it. You have to be in it to win it. It was doing zero. Go look. Victor, Tom, George, Nancy was doing nothing, and then all of a sudden it exploded.
And
people, listen. People, ask you questions. I'm just sitting here watching the stocks. It's It's rainy out here, so I've got nothing to do.
One person just asked, but it's not the only person asking what you think's going to happen with Wolf with the earnings on Monday.
I think it's going to be outstanding, and my friends bought the $3 calls. And you sit there and say, why would you buy the $3 calls? They expire next Friday. Well, the earnings are coming out Monday. The $3 calls are worthless. They're 10 cents, 15 cents.
There's one listener, I think the symbol is Electric Light Orchestra, ELO. But anyway, he or she says they could listen to you all day. So maybe that's your future. You could do videos that go on all night. I'm a radio host
now. Oh, God. I'm awful. I have the worst voice in the world. I sound like a whiny. I don't like my voice.
I feel that way.
I need a voice like Ted Danzig from The Good Place. Go watch that show on Netflix. I watch it every night. His voice is so it speaks.
This is an interesting question that I guess most people do. Option holders have an obligation towards dividends if they come up?
No.
Yeah. What's the game they play when they let a stock or they cause a stock to rip in the pre-market and then it's a big dud at the opening?
It's part of it. It's you know what? If it was me, I would rip it pre-market to get all the suckers all hyped up and say, come on, get in here. Then the stock opens at 9:30, right? And the stock could be up 3 points, and then they just start, hopefully, some retail people come in buying the hype, and then they can short into it and drive it down. Remember, the key to the naked short, All right. And I keep saying Pedro would understand this is the key is to open the stock up and then they try to drive it lower. Just think how you feel when you buy a stock and you didn't even pay for it yet, and you're down 10 cents, 20 cents, down $1, down $1.50, just out of the gate. You're sick. You say, oh my God, I didn't even pay for the trade. That's the short mentality to break the longs. That's why I tell you, and these names, accumulation, and buy 10%, buy another 10%, buy another 10%. I told you I used to cover Nomura, Yamamichi, Daiwa Securities. I used to cover the Japanese funds, and they used to give me order flow from Japan. I had to buy stock at 9:30, 12 o'clock, and at 3:45, 3:50, I used to finish up my order. They wanted me to make 3 big purchases throughout the day. So I would buy $1 million at 9:30, $1 million at 12, and $1 million at as close as I can to the close. And I sort of get an average price. I scratch in my head because, the stock did whatever it did throughout the day, but that's what they did. They didn't just come in and say, buy $1 million. An Alliance Capital, where Kathy Woods worked at, and my friend was her head trader, okay? We sat there, we used to do orders where they say buy 1 million shares, they wanted it done. Give me my 1 million shares. I want to own it. I want to own it. That's what they used to say. That means buy it. Right? So again, everyone has a different way to do things. So I'm a believer. I'm a hybrid of the Japanese buying. If I want to buy 100,000 single motion, I buy 5,000, 10,000 up to 340. And I wait to see what the next move would be by the shorts. If they want to push it down, I'll be sitting at 3 1/4 for 10. If they take it to 360, maybe I buy another 10,000 at 360 as it's moving up, and I average up. If it goes to 390, I buy another 10,000. I don't mind averaging up if the stock's going that way. But you have to go with, as a trader, as the person with the order, you got to make that decision. So this stock looks to me, it's going higher, so I would buy my position as it moves up. I own 10,000 at 320. I own 10,000 at 330, 10,000 at 360, like that.
One guy's asking, I guess he must have been a trader. When you were putting millions of shares in, did you ever miss a trade writing all the zeros or make an error?
Oh, God. If you made an error, your average price, we had to make 4 of us use calculators. When I buy 3 million shares of stock and I had 75 different prices, we had to get an average price divided by how many shares we come up, and we had to give a report back. It had to be perfect. If you're off by any numbers, you would get hung.
Yeah, I used to read my ticket back to the client. Then I would read it before I got up from my desk. I'd read it as I walked to the tube station, and I'd still screw up.
I worked on the block trading desk, so again, I never had a retail order. My orders were big, and you had to do average prices. We had to calculate it ourselves, and it was, if you were off by a crumb, I can't tell you the names of the people, but all the people you see on TV, I've been scolded by.
You faded out. You faded out.
I've been scolded by the big money managers that you see on television. I can't give you their names, but I've been scolded by all of them.
I bet. So one...
That's an idiot. You missed it. And the funny thing is, I keep trying to tell people, Wall Street's about pennies. And for example, let's say I'm buying 2 million shares of something, and 150,000 goes up. All of a sudden, there's a big trade, 150,000. And you would say, a guy running $5 billion, he's not paying attention to this. All of a sudden, my phone rings. What part of that did I get? What part of that? Are we part of that trade? I was like, holy shit. I have to call the floor to New York, try to get a report, say 150 just traded. And I get, what part of it didn't they get? And they go back and say, listen, 150 traded, Goldman took most of it, and you only got 20,000 out of 150. And I have to call back and say, listen, you got 20 out of 150.
Oh, that's a bad call.
Oh my God, I would get, even if the stock went down, I would get scolded because I got 20 at a 150.
I mean, just so you know, a lot of my orders went through the block trading desk, just so you know. But anyway, that's a long time ago.
So I always heard you gave your orders, we gave them a cigarette before we executed them, right? We killed all your orders.
Somebody's saying, look, we started all this with GTII. Why don't we just stick to that and stop getting distracted?
I agree. But if you ever worked on Wall Street before, I cannot speak to big players saying the same thing for 3 years. All right? I told people to buy Wolf, okay, just to change the channel, and people made a lot of money, and they've come back and supported us in Finger and in GTI. They've been buying both. Okay? They bought Wolf below $1. My friends put away about 6 million shares of Wolf. And they've been tiptoeing out of that, and they're buying our names now. So we generated, maybe let's say $12, $13 million in extra FU money to buy our stocks. And that's how we're going to destroy the shorts. Because when finger motion goes, we can generate who knows how much, and then we come back and we scoop up everything in GTI and run the bet again, right?
That's right. Are you in front of your computer?
I'm sitting right here now. What do you want me to look at?
Well, someone was just saying that Finger was 538, and all of a sudden it dropped. Do you think that's the shorts afraid of the stock breaking out now?
Yes, that's what they do. When the buyers come in, they're moving backwards now. As soon as you stop, they print it. Like if you paid 538 and you bought 3,000, the next print is going to be 100 shares at 520.
Unbelievable.
And that's why I keep trying to tell people, just keep putting bids out there. Just imagine if you bought 3,000 at 538 and you were bidding 520 for 3,000, and they started hitting you there. So all of a sudden you got a 530 average, right?
Right.
That's why I always tell you to put bids out there.
It's amazing this corruption
If it was me and I was allowed to tell people to do this, okay, again, this is my opinion. I'm going to be, in case the SEC is listening, I would tell everybody that I know in the free world, hey, everybody, just buy whatever you can and don't pay more than at $5.40 and build a Chinese wall, the Great Wall of China at 540 that they can't break. Don't pay a penny. Don't pay 541. Pay 540. And we stay there. And then you said, everybody, hey, the next day, let's move it to 541. Move the wall up. And then 542 on Wednesday, 543. Eventually, you're going to push them off a cliff. But you're not allowed to do that because that's basically price manipulation. I won't say that too loud.
But that's price manipulation, but the SEC's fine if the shorts manipulate the price and communicate and break securities laws.
I'm just telling you that,
they should hang their heads in shame at the SEC, FINRA, and the OTC markets. They should just hang their heads in shame. Every time they cash a paycheck, they should be doing it with a mask over their face.
Absolutely. And people are fighting back. And, listen, there's smart people here. In my network of people, I have 300 Pedros. We all did the same thing. So I understand where he comes from. We all come from the same background. And we all understand and see the same thing. And you know what? We're pretty smart. The people that we're going against, the buffoons, they're just monkeys. They hit the sell button. That's all they do.
Monkeys could do it. You're right.
That's what I said. We should put these guys in the space capsules. They hit buttons and send them out into space.
Monkeys could do the SEC's job the way they're doing this.
Terrible. I don't even understand how they can go in front of people and lie. Finger Motion and GTI shareholders have been complaining for 3 years 3 years straight.
I've never seen a greater dissembler, maybe Bill Clinton, but I've never seen a greater dissembler than Gary Gensler. I watched him. I was sitting in the room. But anyway, NVOS. The people.
That's the same. I don't know it. There's another stock like that.
They said you. The guy said you talked about it. I don't know. Maybe you didn't. Maybe you didn't. It's all right. I don't care.
Maybe I did. I don't know. Did they do something? I can't remember.
I'll
look later. I'll look later on and see what I said. I can't remember.
I
have a paper from yesterday. I usually don't take notes. I scribble, but I have 40 names on here that I never knew before, from GRRR, to ASRE to BSFC, all these different names. Every day I get a new one. BTGN. I can't remember them all. I don't trade them. Okay, and these are names that are not my realm. So again, I'm trying to remember the stories attached to them. But when you see Finger Motion trade at 538,
yep.
I'm looking at it now. They offer 1,100 to 525. There's always one share to buy, and there's always 1,100, 1,400, 1,200 for sale. If they want you to understand that there's sellers in here. You guys don't understand it. There's one share to buy. If you, for those who ever played a board game of Risk, it's playing the board game. It was based on your armies. So if you had one piece, which is one army versus 10 armies, it's hard to win when you're fighting 1 versus 10. And that's what they try to do to you. It's just a head game. Right? You can see the bids just disappear. 100 shares disappears. The offer goes down a little bit, and they just try to manipulate it without doing anything. Nothing's even happening. And the stock is moving down.
And they haven't located those shares to sell. The stock doesn't exist. The SEC doesn't care about that. As with Finger Motion, with LGIQ, when the stock went up, they sent a letter to the CEO. Why is your stock going up? But when all this goes on the downside, hey, what me worry? They don't care.
They don't care. Well, the SEC, you gotta remember, people on the phone call, that story with the big frog in it.
It's a toad. Somebody pointed out it's a poisonous toad. But anyway,
go on. Poisonous toad, I'm sorry. The one with the poisonous toad on it talks about how they used blank. This guy keeps calling me in. I went blank for a second. Besides the volume, they talked about how they used Seeking Alpha to write negative stories. They talked how they had a direct pipe into the SEC. They have their attorneys call the SEC up and try to whistle blow. It says, hey, I worked with the SEC before. Tommy, it's me, William, I worked with the SEC. Remember we worked on this case? Oh, yeah, what are you hearing? Oh, I hear XYZ. They're doing some criminal stuff. You got to investigate it. So they pay their own SEC lawyers that left the SEC to call back into the SEC. Now, people, and start this nonsense. That's what they do. Meanwhile, we put a truck outside the SEC's glass building, and they never even addressed it yet.
Yeah.
How do you not address a truck right outside your building? You were there for the protest with you guys from the MMTLP, right?
Oh, I was there. Yeah, 2 days.
The security guys, the security guards come out. Everybody knows you met wonderful people there. People that invested in the stock market have to come out and protest to defend your investment. Where are the shareholders of Apple out here defending it? Because they protect a ring around those things.
You would have been amazed how many wonderful people came from all over the country and in D.C. to stand up for the integrity of the United States markets, which is more than that spineless Gary Gensler does.
Right. He doesn't even have the nerve to come out there and say, all he had to do is walk out tell the truck driver and the people there, say, hey, we hear you, we're on top of it, and we'll get to the bottom of it. That's all he had to say.
Yeah.
Instead, they hide in shame behind the glass. How are those people in a glass building making believe they didn't see it? We basically called them all out. Every enforcement agent is supposed to be protecting you. They don't protect you. Just look at them. So when they say they work there, you know what's going on. And listen, I don't want to be the banging the drum thing every day. It's awful. But if you don't say something, it's never going to end. And you know what? I've been doing this so long, it's easy for me to do it. Obviously, I'm a talker. I can talk all day. And what else can I say? Just keep asking the questions. You're never going to learn unless you ask the questions. So don't be ashamed. If William's not going to bite you, I may abuse you a little bit, but it's all good. It's all good taste.
I don't know what this question means. The 45-day extension is due in 8 trading days. What does Ham think this will do to GTII? I don't know what 45-day extension. Oh, maybe for Alpine. Maybe that's Alpine's legal.
No, listen. Alpine's dead in the water. Again, listen. I can't stop the penny manipulation in the stock. We can't do that. Remember this. I go bid 80 cents for 50,000 shares. I'm a crook. I sell it from another account. I hit the 80-cent bid. All of a sudden, we all see 50,000 shares trade. Now, the crook just bought 50,000 shares at 80 cents. I turn around, and now I sell the 50,000 shares that I just bought at 80 cents. I sell it at 79, 78, 77, and 76. So I sell the 50,000 shares, and I lose 3 cents. I lose $1,500. Now I drop the stock 3 cents or 4 cents because I'm selling the same stock back and forth to myself. That's what they're doing. And that's what Pedro talked about yesterday, moving stock back and forth. They need that volume. They have to hide this mess. And that's what we're not seeing. In both names, we're not seeing. I see manipulation. That's what we're seeing. But again, every penny, they want you to suffer. But again, they're stopping because they don't want to sell it lower because that means we get more shares from the company.
I mean, if the company were doing that, the FINRA and the SEC would call out the CEO. But
that's what the whole thing is about. When GTI does the dividend, the restricted dividend, if the company were to give out those shares without registering and getting approved by the SEC, they would go to jail. What's E-Trade, Ameritrade going to do when they have no physical dividend to give you? They're going to give you an IOU that they create, give it to you, you're going to sell it into the marketplace, and now we have all these extra shares from what? So they destroyed the capitalization of the company. And the brokerage firm is part of it now. And that's what created the mess in MMTLP. And that's why that dividend was created.
Right. It was almost by chance. I don't think they set out to trap the shorts. It just happened.
Right.
On this I don't know if it's Netflix, but this movie you're doing, you've raised the funding. They're asking, where did you get the money from? And 2, they're wondering if everyone inside of it has to wear an LSU hat. And
yeah, you know what? When after Florida State beats the shit out of LSU, I'm gonna make all the people on the naked shorts will be played by people dressed in LSU clothes. Yes. I made the money from very, very good people. Trust me, very people that all have our back. They're throwing the money at this cause to help us all. Okay. I sent over 50 things last night that I think should be incorporated from The Economist in 2011, The Economist telling everybody that the regulators are all concerned about unsettled trade, from Chris Cox from 2008 when he talked about naked short selling is fraudulent activity, the loophole, and that the head of NASDAQ, Tom Gira, was concerned that people were going to become market makers just to get around the loophole, which is what they all knew. They were concerned about it. He said it. And that's what they did. I don't want to get too deep past those stories because we all know it now. I think the story should be more about how the counterfeiting is coming from offshore. We have no idea who's behind it, who are the faces behind this. And I believe that the story needs to get turned to be that this is now a terrorist attack against
It's national security question.
That's exactly what it is. And that's where I'm turning the story to be. Okay, someone is selling shares into the U.S., getting money, counterfeit shares, and we need to know who it is. So either prove us wrong, all right? Prove us wrong, or show us their faces. If Lynn Partners is the naked short in finger motion, then put their goddamn face attached to it and say, okay, here they are. This is the exact number. This is who the short is. This is your short in MMTLP. This is who they are. Put their faces up there. Let's see who they are. All right? We want their faces here. And if you can't show us their faces, then I assume they're terrorists trying to kill Americans. That's how I look at it. Because this isn't like millions of dollars. This is trillions of dollars. We're supporting, and if you think that the terrorist organizations don't know how to do this, then you're out of your mind. And I guarantee you that they are doing this, and it needs to stop. So we need to get this exposed again. You guys that are young out here, you better get off your asses because this is your future, right? I told you, if they don't stop it, the country's going to unwind. The country is in a debt spiral. Forget what's going on in D.C. Just in the stock market. You can't keep looting the pension funds. They're underfunded. It's going to lead right back to wherever you're working, where you're coming from.
That's right. And it seems like... Go ahead.
Officer, whatever.
Go ahead.
They're taking your pension money $1 a day, whatever it may be. Could be $10 a day. You're losing $50, $200, $300, $500 a month in value of your fund. Oh, I'm going to retire in 20 years. Yeah, good luck. You'll be there. You're going to owe money by that time.
Yeah.
It doesn't take long for a pension fund to make a mistake and buy a company like SYTA at $10. And you buy 1 million shares because you think it's a great cellular company, whatever it was. And all of a sudden you lose $10 million. So you need a lot of returns to make up that mess, right? And there's many of these potholes out there. You know, just look at, what was that, WeWorks? It went from 13 to 15 to 0, right? WE. All right, so you got to remember, when you get a winner, they may have a winner have 1 million shares in it. They may belong 10 million shares of a loser, right? Everybody makes mistakes, right? Not everybody can win every day. But if your pension fund is in the wrong 3 names, you're losing 30% of your money. How are you going to retire losing 30% of your money?
Yeah.
If to those people that think, oh, I'm not retiring yet, remember, you heard that from us. The day you retire, you say, where's my money? Good luck. It's too late.
How
I tried to reach out. I'm sorry, William. I tried to reach out to the California Retirement Fund. It's one of the biggest funds in the world, I think it is. I think CalPERS. CALP, I think it is.
Yep.
I tried to do that many years ago. You know, how could you keep investing when this is going on? They just, they give money to Wall Street. They pay the fees. I'm sure the people at the top get compensated, and that no one cares. Except when you try to cash out, you lose your money.
Well, I mean, I'll just comment that it seems like the criminals have an advantage. They understand where we are, but we can't see where they are. So that isn't full disclosure. That's not transparency, but that's just a comment on my part. You don't have to say anything. There's a question here. How is there any margin requirement at all when they don't actually borrow the stock?
if you are the prime broker, Jeffries, it's Lynn Capital, hey, every share you sell, okay, it's considered a short, okay? It's skirting the margin, it's skirting the settlement issue, but it's still considered a short position. You need to put up margin money. So I need to put the E-Trade story back up for you. When you don't have the money to back your short position, they buy you in. If I'm Jeffries and the stock is $5.26, they're telling them, hey, you need to put up money for margin. And Lynn's going to sit there and say, well, the stock, we're in the black a little bit. They're going to say, hey, you need to put up $8 a share. Every share you're short. And they say, why are you making it 8? Well, if the stock comes up and you walk away from the trade, we need protection. So we're holding on to your money sales. Let's say you have 5 plus the 8. We are protected up to $13, Jeffries. Once it goes above 13, Jeffries takes the loss. So that is to be, as Pedro says, to be putting the stops on these guys because they're running out of money to put up for the market. If the stock goes to 6, they may say, hey, 8 is not enough anymore. We need $9 now. And if it goes to 10, we need $15. It keeps moving up. It's not a fixed number. And that could be stopping these guys from selling more. I don't know what it is.
And it's more money than just what the proceeds of the sale of the stock was.
Oh, yes, no, absolutely. You short a stock, and the stock goes up, they require you to put up more money, right? Correct?
Yeah.
The same thing. The only thing they're doing different is they're skirting the settlement issue using the loophole as a market maker.
Right.
No one's letting them play for free. Hey, go sell all the stock you want. It's party time. Don't worry about it. Knock yourself out.
Hey, they're good guys. Someone might do it for them.
I know that guy, Jeffrey Lynn. Oh, he's a good guy. He bought me a drink. He's a good guy.
Do you think Jeffries and Lynn Partners are buddies and they're helping each other so they can do this indefinitely?
I'm sure they have a good relationship, but as my friend said, and you met my friend, he told you, he said if his mom had a margin requirement, he would have to buy her in.
Yep.
And that's my good friend telling me that. And that's what he said. They don't care because if they don't, their firm and their livelihood goes out the window, and they're not doing it to protect Lynn Partners. That's for sure.
Here's the question.
Let's look at Credit Suisse. How many people worked their whole life at Credit Suisse, lost everything because some people at the top looked the other way and let the fraud continue, right?
Well, they were providing liquidity.
Right.
There's some questions I'm not relaying because they're not useful, but they're all right. Are you hearing anything from your friend that was at Jeffries? I don't know that he would know anything new.
The gentleman knows the CEO. We're trying to. It's a powerful man, so we have to. You wait for them to call you back. The questions were asked. We're waiting for the answers.
I'll just read this one out because I can't abbreviate it. When finger runs in the middle of the squeeze, how do I get my shares sold? When DWAC ran to 175, I had limit sales which were ignored several times, and I had to continue canceling and try again. I ended up selling at 98.
You had orders, and it went through your price, traded above your order execution, and you didn't get executed. If that's true, then all you had to do is call up your brokerage firm. It's against the law. They can't trade it higher unless if it goes to your price. You have to be executed.
Right. Just ask for time and sales.
Your brokerage firm, okay, it's pretty easy to see. If you're offering stock at 120, it's trading at 130. You have to be executed at 120.
You have to be. Yeah.
And they have to guarantee you that price.
Yeah. But that only applies as if you have the order in prior to that. So that's why
I tell you to put listen, if you put the order in while the stock is flying, they can use the excuse of a fast market, and that's when you get screwed.
Yeah. Yeah. So they're running out of, what's the stock trading for? I can't see it.
I was just looking at DWAC. 520 to 529. It hasn't traded, I guess, in a couple of minutes.
Unbelievable. So one guy's wondering if everything's gonna happen on the Thursday before the Friday expiration, which nobody knows.
I told you the story, USX, that happened for me 5 minutes before the close. And I made $300,000.
Yeah.
My options was zero. It went from 28 to 33. Paul Icahn bought, I forget how many shares he came in and bought. We started buying it at 3:45, and at 5 to 4, it broke 30. It screwed it to 33. Just like Pedro said, they tried to pin it at 30, but Paul Icahn was too powerful, and he ran him over.
That's what we need. Maybe we should talk to him. Somebody asked earlier if you thought of reaching out to Tucker Carlson.
I did it 100 times. I know someone that works in his studio. We're trying.
When's the next time you're going to have a hot dog?
I try every day for you. I can't eat anymore. That's it?
Well, we're running out. That's the quality of questions remaining.
The hot dog question is a good one. I do enjoy it, but I can't eat them all the time.
If Alpine goes bust, can Kramer's continue shorting versus using another prime broker?
I think the Kramers have washed themselves out of the trade. I've been saying that for a while. Just like Pedro said, they move it from account to account. I think there's some guy named Pedro in Bolivia that's probably short the whole thing now. And when they come, he's got the hand grenades. He's holding on to it. Somebody like that. They move it around.
Right. So they've moved on to greener pastures.
Well, you got to remember, when they unwind everything, that's when they follow the sell tickets. It's leading right back to Long Island and the Kramer headquarters. So
the one time you told me you heard that Kurt Kramer met with somebody and he said, we made a killing in Finger. Now we're just waiting for the lawsuits.
That's what he said.
Unbelievable. And he wasn't afraid.
I was trying to get the gentleman that met with the FBI on the call. I'm waiting for that. My friend to set that up. We can actually put a sock in his mouth so no one understand who he is. Just put an orange peel in his mouth like Don Corleone and have him tell us the story.
We'll make him an offer.
Listen, I just tried to get you to understand that all the crazy things that you hear about are true. I'm not making them up. Okay? I met with the FBI. This other gentleman just met with the FBI. He just told the story. They know all about the Kramers. Gretchen Morgensen, I passed her name to get her in the movie to be a commentator and give her opinion on the naked short selling. All right, so we're reaching out to different people that no one knows and, to get their opinions on different things. But, again, I try to show you these things. I've spoken to Gretchen, William. I showed you an email from her. I've spoken to her. You know that. It is what it is. So, again, we just try to pass it along what we're hearing. We sent the truck. We're whistleblowing. That's why we put the truck in front of the SEC so you would know. correct?
Right.
There's no denying the fact that we're trying, correct?
We are. I'm sure they find us
You've
very
been,
trying.
you live in D.C., correct, William? Am I
I
right?
do live in D.C.
You did see the truck and actually touched the truck, so it's real. We're not
Yeah, I
just
was.
doing some fancy photography thing, right?
No, it's there. I
So
saw the
again,
guards come out several times to look and even take pictures of it. So
well, anyway, well, listen, it's 3 o'clock. There's not much more to say. You got to be in it to win it. You know the facts. There's not much more we can say. There's a big buyer standing here. When the big buyer moves his level up, you'll sit there and say, well, I should have jumped in then. Well, that's your business. You decide what you want to do. Okay? I have no confirmation. Can I show you proof of the big buyer? No, but what you see tells me there's a big buyer. Just look at the trading.
yeah.
Something is going on that has spooked the shorts. All right? If I was the short seller, I'd be blasting it away, looking for the big buy to test it to see where it is, right?
Maybe it's
But
too
then
big for them. Maybe it's too big of a
That's
buy.
what they must know. They know something. They're hearing it through the grapevine. They're not hearing it from us. I can't spook them. We tried. We called them every name in the book to the FBI, the DOJ, the SEC, FINRA, the DTC, Fox News, CNBC, you name it, the Washington Post, everywhere. We even went to Gibson Dunn. I think you were in the office at Gibson Dunn. Am I correct? The lobby.
I was in the lobby. Yep.
We put the truck outside of Gibson Dunn, who represents the Kramers. We put the truck outside the steakhouse where the Kramers go. We put the truck outside the Kitchen Witch in Long Island where they got breakfast. The people at the place all know the Kramers. They told us they were there. I mean, so what else can we do? We pointed it out. We put it out at Newsday. We told the people at Newsday that the crime family from Long Island is right there.
Yep.
They know about them. Everybody knows about them. Again, we're not police. We can't lock them up. We can only report it, and we whistleblow. We can't whistle it. We can't blow the whistle any louder. How's that one?
So
But again,
there's several questions about the volume being low, options expiring next week for Finger.
listen. Options, people. Today is Thursday. 6 days is it's like 100 years in the option world. All right, so I can't address options till next week. It's just they're wasting time. The stock can pop 3 points in a second, and you say, well, I don't need to talk about options anymore. They just went up $3. That's how fast it goes. All right, there's nothing you can say when the stocks are not moving. The options don't do it. There's nothing to say. In the option market, you either believe it or don't believe it. That's the way you play it. That's the way it is. Just like we said. Just imagine if you were buying $3 options, they were going from $3 down to 25 cents. We're buying options at 50 cents that are going down to 25 cents or 10 cents. It's a big difference.
Right.
It's a lot of money to buy a $2 option.
It's all money. You know.
If the $3, if we were playing $3 options and $5 options like that, the open interest on the calls would be 200, 300. That'd be it because no one's going to buy them. It's too expensive.
You're fading
You'll
out.
gravitate.
Yeah.
So we all gravitate to the cheap options. So that's where you're rolling the dice.
Yeah.
I'm still fading.
No, you're great.
Oh. Anyway, listen, I have to run. I had enough. It's dead quiet. Accumulation, you want to be in it, you win it. This is all I can tell you. You know all the information. It's all posted. We're going to have a documentary coming out. I'll find out more what service is going to be on. We're going to make Lynn Partners and the Kramers stars. They'll be on TV every day. Everyone will see it. Hopefully we'll get a couple of million people to watch it. We'll get all the people in D.C. to see it. We're building or making the show to design so that the politicians will get an easy view of what's going on here. Very easy. All right? People don't like to read. We'll put it in pictures for them. All right, and that's how we make it nice and easy. But we will have the Kramers and we will have Finger Motion as stars of the show.
Awesome. Awesome.
All right, have a good day.
Thank you, Ham. Everyone loves you.
Got it. Thank you.
I'll be right back. I have to take a break. All right, sorry about that. I just needed to take a quick break. So I don't know if Sada Aman is still on, and I wouldn't blame her if she isn't, but I just wanted to show her. Last night, he keeps saying MMTLP, good stuff. Well, last night, we had a huge thunderstorm yesterday, but last night I received my shares of NextBridge. And, it's not a lot, but I paid $8 for it, so it's a lot of money. But I got it yesterday. Now I'm going to see if I can put it in AST. But I had a thought about it, and I don't know what others are thinking, and maybe Richard would comment. But I'm thinking that what's coming is maybe they're just cleaning up. They're defining the problem by getting the shares allocated. Then they know their problem, and then they're going to solve it. It's possible, and I mean that in a positive way. That the system may be deciding now, we're just going to fix this. I don't know. I'm talking about the financial side. I still have some shares in my IRA, and I go back and forth on that. I know people are saying that you can get your shares taken out because they have no value. It's not a tax consequence. I'm not sure that's going to pass the muster if all of a sudden the shares are worth money this year. If it's next year, yeah, then you just take it from zero. But I don't know. I've got to get advice on that one. Yeah, I think they're trying to determine the extent of the problem. I agree with that, not legal advice. Richard, I agree with that 100%. That they're, and it makes sense. I mean, if you can't define how many shares are hanging out there without a seat on the bus, you can't begin to come up with a solution. So, AST told me they are accepting all share transfers. Well, my brokerage firm told me I couldn't, they would not transfer to AST. So, I was not able to transfer to AST. I wasn't allowed to. But I think having I know having the certificate in my name, it shows on the transfer agent. This doesn't need to be at AST for them to know my position. Now I get to see how Fingers trading. 157,000 shares, 525 to 529. Last trade 525. That's pretty good. Did Richard transfer his shares? I don't think you should expect that just because I'm answering inappropriate questions about my own position that other people need to. That's unfair. If Richard owns shares in NextBridge, I don't think he has an obligation to answer, did he transfer them? I'm just letting... I don't know why I'm answering the question. I'm not sure I should, but I did it because I'm happy owning an oil and gas company. The negative is there may never be a liquidity event at all, or this could take years to be liquid. That's the trade-off. You asked if they're full and they're accepting all transfers. Well, they're accepting all transfers approved by the broker dealers. So the issue isn't whether AST is accepting 1 billion shares. The issue is there's 165 million shares extant. Of those, there's a percentage that are already in people's names or entities' names. And then there's a subset that's in street name, in the name of the broker dealers. And the broker dealers have stuffed your accounts wittingly or unwittingly with a lot of IOUs. So they get their run from the Depository Trust Corporation, and it says, hey, TD Ameritrade, we have you down for 2 million shares of NextBridge. That's what we have. TD Ameritrade starts looking into its customers' accounts, and they show 33 million shares. Well, TD Ameritrade has 33 million shares in customer accounts because they took the word of Jeffries and of the sellers that they were going to deliver shares. Also, they've never been burned before. They've always had an opportunity to go out and buy shares, maybe take a little bit of a loss, but solve the problem. They've never seen, these young people who have no length of service, have never seen a situation where the fail to deliver the electronic IOU turns into a nightmare. So yes, AST is accepting every share that TD Ameritrade sends their way. But the issue isn't at AST. The issue's at TD Ameritrade. So it's good information, but it's not relevant to the complete misallocation of IOUs versus, I don't know what to call them, of counterfeit shares versus real shares. The counterfeiting is happening at TD Ameritrade, in my example, not at AST. So, anyway. My broker told me they could only do paper shares and AST wasn't responding. I confronted the broker with what AST said about DRS. Yeah, I don't know. I don't trust anything I hear from the broker. I was shocked that I actually received my certificate. It's it's got all the proper fixtures. Now, the thing I was saying on a space call is a stock power. I forgot the term. That's just my brain freeze. A stock power kind of looks like that. If you have paper certificates, I wouldn't sign this. I would either take a Xerox of this and sign that or ask for a stock power. Because if you screw this up, you got to go through the whole reissuing process, and it's a nightmare. Yeah, the market isn't fair. So we've got 159,000 shares. You know what Finger is? I'm sorry to raise my voice. I apologize. You know what I think Finger is, the action in Finger is saying? That the selling is on. I like Pedro's summary that either they're happy with the stock price where it is and they're going to save their firepower for next Friday, or they've been told we won't accept any more orders until you clean some of this up. But that's on the one side. I hope I'm not reading into this just because I want to be wearing rose-colored glasses. But it seems to me there's no real buying today. And that implies to me whoever the buyer has been might be in a situation where either they know something or the brokerage firm they're using says, hey, we're in a quiet period, or we're uncomfortable right now. We have to wait. I don't know. The way it's trading, when I was young and visible instead of being old and invisible, this would tell me that I would expect an announcement tonight or early next week that they're doing a deal, or that there's some thing happening that has to wait. Buying has to wait until there's dissemination of the news to the broader public. That's how I would read this if it were a different time. This could just all be manipulation, though. Well, 22 Daisy still trying to figure out if I'm going to transfer, and another guy's not. Sorry about that. Didn't mean to be rude. I was thinking I was going to hear something I could share with you, but nada. There was nada. And thank you for letting me eat my orange. All right, not legal advice, just rumor and speculation. You think I'm talking to a mistress. Ah, those were the days, my friend. Those were the days, my friend. We thought they'd never end. Nextbris put out a press release about it with very detailed instructions. Those were the days, my friend. We thought they'd never end. And I can't remember the words and a day. How can SCLX shorts be covering? A lot of you here for the music. Lordy, lordy, lordy. Last night, just to relax, I listened to several Conway Twitty songs in a row. And I found it really hard to see what people are. I mean, I like when he sings. I think he sings Patches with on Red Hot and Blue with. I'd have to look it up, but or Country, Red Country and Blue, Country Hot and Blue, or something like that. But I don't know. I don't know. I never really grabbed it with Conway Twitty. Hello, darling. How you doing? I guess I'm doing fine. I think you could see a gray market for brokers to contact. I think there will be a. It's the vibration in the voice. I agree with that. The way I think he sang more to women than to men, maybe. But do you know about Conway Twitty? I learned last night. Do you know this? He had more number one hits than anybody. More than the Beatles, more than Michael Jackson, more than anybody. Conway Twitty. Conway. Hello, darling. It's been a long time. Although right now every couple pay periods for 20. All right, so the volume in Finger right now is 160,000. Lady, morning's just a moment away, and I am here without you. So many dreams, words we did not say. So many dreams we let slip away. Two people lost in a storm. Where did we go wrong? But I still love you. Bum, 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 bum. No, I do love you. Bum, 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 bum. Still. All right, 525. 520 to 525. I only see 161,000 shares. Brokers are still lending out those locked up shares. Well, you in your question, even though you're questioning the integrity of the system, you're assuming a certain integrity that doesn't exist. No, they're probably not lending out the locked up shares. They're just lending out IOU shares, counterfeit shares. Believe it or not, it's you cannot right now, in my judgment, you cannot go too far in your description of the corruption in the United States financial markets. If and when we squeeze, I still plan on coming to Washington. Oh, you're the best. Tom M., you're the best. I know this has been a sort of rough and tumble technological jumble because frankly I'm sure there's better ways of doing all this, but I always get afraid once something works I don't want to change it. But yeah, I need to improve my computerized systems, and but we'll get there. You know, there's a side of it where things can be too produced and then they get boring. So this is like watching molasses. 519 to 522, 164,000 shares. There's, hey, Quintainment. Hey, yeah, thank you, Jenny. I ate 2 oranges, which might have come across the microphone. I apologize for that, but I needed to get some, I wonder if that's called fructose, fruit sugar in me. Well, that's interesting. Lending out more, they've stopped lending them out. Yeah, Scott, I think that's one way of putting it, but I would put it maybe differently, and I could be wrong. But I would say that they're insisting that you have to locate the shares before you sell. It's the system is set up. What is supposed to happen under Reg Show is you're supposed to locate shares before you sell them, which means borrow them, or they're your real shares. Reg Show gave this market maker exemption because in the flurry of business, things are happening so fast, we might not be able to locate them. And we're the market maker. We have to step up and buy shares to keep the market from going down. Well, this is all hogwash. They don't do any of that. Delivery used to be by bike across Manhattan or runner. You don't do any of that anymore. Or FedEx overnighting. So it's a lot like that guy, that Sharon Tell guy, that says we just take the order. We're grateful for the order. I think what's tightening up is a place like Jeffries or elsewhere saying, whoa, wait a minute. We want to know who the customer is, and we want to know you're selling legitimate shares. That might be happening. I had them already, Barbara. I had my 2 oranges that were rather small. Does shrink inflation happen in the real world? I had 2 oranges from California, a bag of them from California. They're all rather tiny. Maybe nature has inflation too. They shouldn't let them short. I agree with you. there's two or three things. What if you sell something quickly and you don't have the proper signatures? I think there can be some exceptions for delivery in that case, but it should be the exception, not the rule. I don't mind if someone lends their shares for shorting, to have someone taking the risk of shorting the stock that's real. They have to pay for it. Taking the risk that the stock goes up, just like we take the risk that the stock goes down. But I think it needs full disclosure. There shouldn't be anything hidden about it. But in this electronic world, what gets difficult is if I lent these shares out to Barbara, well, then Barbara could lend them out to Buck, and then Buck could lend them out to Jack, and it just goes on and on and on. I think one solution would be no short selling. Look, we understand the concept. We know you'd like to do it, but no short selling. But then they'll come up with derivative contracts, which ever since Bill Clinton, anything that's done as a derivative or, that kind of commodities is the wrong word, but that kind of thing is not regulated. Shorts do get carte blanche to do whatever they want, and it starts with Gary Gensler. It starts with Goldman Sachs, and it comes on down, and it is disgusting. Well, in the Islamic faith, you're not allowed to sell something you do not own. And Ham, and I've tried to help. Unfortunately, my friend, who's like a brother to me, he's in London, but he said it's too Newfield. It's too. No one wants to invest in something too new like that. I think he misunderstands what's going on. I think there's a huge demand. But Ham has tried to set up an exchange in the Middle East. And he's gotten the approvals, he's gotten things going. But like any project, it's that first investor into the pool. There's a lot of money ready to go, but you need that first equity risk piece. And I'd like to move forward on it, but haven't gained any traction yet. But you're exactly right. You can't sell something you don't own. And what's wrong with that? It's been the Foz man. It's been very hard to get good cutie oranges by me for about 5 to 6 weeks. I wonder what's going on. China doesn't allow any of its Scott in China, but I wouldn't put it past Chinese entrepreneurs and financiers to be doing it out of Germany or Panama. I wouldn't put it past. Ham's deal. Well, MKC. I can. I don't know how to reach. That's where I. But yeah, I'd be glad to talk about it with you or share it with you. Or oranges come from China on a boat with tea. Am I still on my call? Why? Can you guys hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Mic's on. This is more exciting than a Clint Eastwood movie. We've all got it coming, kid. This is I don't think it's funny. You men laughing. talking to me? You talking to me? I thought that S1 for logic got approved a few days ago. Is that, I don't think that's right. Let me look. I check every night. I haven't seen it, but you could be right. Let me look. I would expect one time it might go through is this evening. But sorry, Friday evening, tomorrow evening. Something came out on August 10th. So you might be right. August 10th. Is that today? August 10th. Let me just print this out because it's hard to read. Print. I'm just going to print this out. Print. It's going to say I don't have enough ink. It's not saying anything. There it does. Says it's low on ink. All right. And then they put out their current report. They're going to put a vote out. So they're going to have a special meeting. Oh, that's the extension of time, to which we already knew about the extension of time. The vote was 2.5 million against 200,000 for. All right, let me get what I just printed out and I'll read it to you. Dated August 10th, Aubrey Speck. This is Form 8K. This is written communication. It may be this is just from the company, has nothing to do with approval. Entry into material definitive agreement as approved by the stockholders on August 7th. Entered into amendment to its investment management trust agreement dated August 9 of 2021 as amended on December 9 of 2022. The company had a right to extend its time from August 12, 2023 to February 12, 2024. So they're obviously adding time to allow the deal to happen. We knew that, and I think we discussed that. The vote was 2,498,000 to 215,000. 15 people abstained for the charter amendment. extending it to February 12, 2024. Okay, so in connection with the stockholders' vote at the special meeting of stockholders held by Aubrey SPAC 1 on August 7, 570,224 shares were tendered for redemption. As a result, approximately $6 million will be removed from the company's trust account to pay those holders. Following redemptions, the company will have 682,148 public shares of common stock outstanding, and approximately 7,243,000 shall remain in the trust accounts, which is good. That's basically it. So no, that's not about the approval. That got me excited. It's not the approval yet, but it's a prelude. It's a prelude to the kill. Prelude to the thrill. What about 108 brokers in MMTLP? I don't know what about them. I don't know what about them. I would guess out of 105, 108, using that number, 108, I wouldn't be surprised if 100 of them want to get out of this situation and make a deal with you. 8 might be underwater massively and are driving the bus, but I don't know. Let me see if there's context to your question. What happens if I sold puts and that go through the reverse split? They're adjusted for the split. MULN reverse split tomorrow. Was it Jerry Reed? Here comes the attack. Who is responsible for getting proxy voting materials to shareholders? It's your broker. It's your broker. They're supposed to get it to you. Now, the fact is, most of the governance, the voting, is all screwed up, because how do you know who has real shares? So lots of times they glide over this voting, and if it's big stocks, BlackRock controls it all anyway. Do you think GLS will hit $8? No, I don't. Finger about to fly. $5.18. I don't know if Finger's going to do anything today, but the way it's trading, if you had news, or if you had a institution that decided to buy now that it's been over $5, or if you had a prime broker that said, "Hey, you didn't deliver our shares, Jeffries. We're going to buy you in." Any of those things, you could wake up one morning and this stock opens at 8, 9, 13, 15, 21. I don't know. And then you were asking about GNS. I'm glad he came. I'm glad he came in and led the band, and it was his fight and all that. But then he did a deal. I don't know what his rationale was, but he did a deal with the toxic lenders. And you're asking me if it's going to go to 81 cents to $8 in the next 2.5 weeks. My answer is no. But if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. And I've been wrong before. Before AMC popped off to $72, it had a super low volume for a couple days. Yeah, it's like a corkscrew. It's like, you're pulling back a rubber band and you're almost, you can't quite pull it further, and then you let it go and it goes. So that's kind of what it's like. Just saying we aren't going away. GTI, I'm here for the day. I'm not, just to restate or say again, I'm not saying get out of GTII and get into Finger at all. I wouldn't object to people that have said, well, I'll sell a little bit on the margin and move over, maybe. But I'm not recommending that. I'm not saying to do that. I think GTII will move with Finger. Before the market opened, they kept looking to 275. Was 100 at the ask. I don't know the context. Can a broker ask you to sell your GTI shares? Yes, they can. So what happens? Oh, I already answered that. What about Bruce Willis? No, I know, Lee. I'm not trying to sound smarter than you are or anything, or critical. It's not the easiest. It's not easy always translating just short sentences. Plus, if you worked with my deficiencies, you would see how easy it is to screw up responses sometimes. I want to, somewhere here, I always have something to show you and then I lose it. There it is. Did I tell you what crap this is? I don't know if I fully explained to you what hogwash this is. They say the benefits of short selling include pricing efficiency. Efficient markets require that security prices fully reflect available information, including all buying and selling interests. Well, they never show the selling on these shares. So if Professor Angel wants to be true, he should be advocating for a full transparency of what the Germans and the Canadians and the criminals here in our own country are doing. But he doesn't. Short selling allows market participants who believe that a security is overvalued to express their views in market transactions. Oh, isn't that lovely? These transactions help the markets arrive at more efficient prices by allowing market participants with negative information about the stocks to trade based on that information, even if they do not have pre-existing long positions. And let's do a long run-on sentence because we're bullshitting everybody. That's a bunch of crap. What information they know that you don't know? They know that if they sell non-existent shares, their friends all around the world will help them sell more. That is fraud and that is conspiracy. And it doesn't help with any information. Are you saying that 1,000 companies out there that are under short attack, every single one of them, there's negative information on them that deserves this cleansing process that these criminals do so altruistically? arbitrageurs could use short selling to profit based on price discrepancies. Yeah, the stock's up. Let's drive it down. Between positions that generate similar economic exposures. Oh, let's short Finger, let's short GTII, let's short COSM, let's short everything. Because out of 1,000 of them, 98 will go to bloody zero without a tax consequence to us. Oh, market liquidity. Liquidity refers, this is one of the benefits. Liquidity refers to how quickly and easily transactions can occur, and it's always on the downside. Can occur without affecting a security's price. We don't want it to go up, do we? So we'll provide liquidity, providing thousands, 100,000s of shares for sale so the price never goes up. That's liquidity. And that'll help our friends who have counterfeited shares to trillions of dollars. They'll never have a loss. That is efficiency, isn't it? A high level of liquidity indicates market health. Oh, bullshit, Dr. Angel. And efficiency. Short selling operations contribute to market liquidity. Let's just keep saying it over and over in the same sentence. I'm a PhD and I can't write. Short selling operations contribute to the market liquidity by supplying securities available for trading and potentially offsetting imbalances between supply and demand. Yeah, if there's too much demand, let's crush it, because we don't want Goldman Sachs or Jefferies losing money in their highly leveraged counterfeit positions. It's so sickening that these guys are allowed to lie like this. All right, so with 20 minutes to go, 10 minutes to go, it's 5:18, and we still haven't gone over 200,000 shares. What's up with GTII? I don't know anything about what's going on with GTII that's different. I mean, if you want me to run through all the reasons that I've always said, I can, but I think that would bore most people. GTII is under short selling attack. Alpine has a large naked position. And Alpine and friends continue to sell shares that don't exist. That's right, Leader Landscape. Don't get all wound up. Well, all right, I won't. They generate liquidity by taking cash from investors and handing it over to shorters. Well, as Richard pointed out, bartenders provide liquidity too. Hopefully this MMTLP movement brings real change. I'm not that optimistic. Sorry, I'm not saying it won't bring change, but I'm not that optimistic that the current system will cause pain on themselves. We've got a securities market controlled by Goldman Sachs and the rest of them. We've got regulators captured by Goldman Sachs, and we've got Goldman Sachs maybe levered. I hate that word, 100 to 1. And when they're in trouble, they're not gonna hurt themselves. They're going to go to Janet Yellen, a dumbbell who has taken $6 or $7 million for giving speeches, and they'll go to Gary Goober Gensler, and they'll go to the bought and paid for congressman, and they'll get a few trillion out of the United States checkbook to save themselves because Goldman Sachs is too big to fail. Why? Why can't Goldman Sachs fail? Why not? Who cares? Oh, it'll bring down the financial system. Well, so will what they're doing for the last decade bring it down. Saving them is just delaying the inevitable. Do I still follow GoLogic and Logic scams? Yes, Louis Manette. I do follow them. And is that a serious question? Do you want to know what's going to happen over the next 3, 4, 5 weeks? Or they're just scams? You know what, Louis? I guess it's the shorts, the counterfeiters and your friends that don't scam. They're the ones that are honest and pure, because they're criminal and they crime in front of everybody and they stay true to their criminal behavior. So they must be in your lexicon non-scammers. Yes, I still follow Logic and GoLogic. Logic is trading at 26 cents 64. It's 276,000 shares. It is being shorted by your friends, Louis. They're going to make a terrible mistake. But of course, you know, Louis, that they can help each other out selling the stock down. But what's going on with Logic? I get so bored saying the same thing over and over again. But I'll share it with you, Louis. What, Louis, do you do in your life that adds value to society? Anything? Because Brent Sun and the team at Logic and GoLogic work their ass off to create value for shareholders and opportunities for technological teams. And you lob your comments from the peanut gallery. Here's the scam, Logic. Logic right now, the scam, is trading at 26 cents. Logic is going to exit this year or the first quarter with $100 million revenue rate. Higher. That's the scam. It's an amazing scam. They're going to get $100 million plus in ongoing revenue. Incredible scam. Absolutely incredible. So what Logic is doing Logic agreed in September of last year to distribute Data Logic, their engine, artificial intelligence. It's their platform that they can bring in other technologies, and it's the source of most of their revenue. They agreed in September of last year to distribute Data Logic to Aubrey SPAC for $114 million fixed in share price, in number of shares, sorry. So it's 114 million shares of Aubrey SPAC. Now they're going to have to work out the ratios. Your friends, Louis, have tried to short everything to distort it and break it up, but it's happening. It's happening. And I just showed you that Aubrey SPAC has a proxy ready to go. They're doing everything to finalize and get this deal done when the SEC approves it. The number here is 114 million. Logic basically has 100 million shares outstanding, it works out at $10 a share for Aubrey SPAC. It works out to $1.14 for that 26 cents. Louis, your friends are shorting Logic because they say, oh, well, after they distribute Data Logic, this is going to be a shell. So why don't we short this down to 5 cents? There's a fast buck. We can make a quick buck because Data Logic is going to be trading on NASDAQ under Aubrey. What does that leave Logic? It's just a shell. Let's sell as much as we can before this is effective because we can always buy the shell back at 5 cents. Such a scam, Louis. What a scam that Logic is. So Data Logic is waiting, and so is Aubrey SPAC. Logic is waiting for the approval of the Data Logic spinoff to NASDAQ traded Aubrey SPAC for $114. It's $1.43 a share. That has been pending for quite a while because Logic was under attack by short sellers. We know it was not Ionic Ventures because Ionic Ventures' attorney, and he's not a scammer and Ionic's not a scammer, they sent me a letter saying not only has their client Ionic Ventures never shorted Logic, I'm paraphrasing, they've never shorted any shares. So we know that it wasn't Ionic. But from about December to about March, management and Brent at Logic worked to buy out the Ionic financing, and they paid a premium for that. And Ionic was able to make millions on that trade. Because for some reason, Logic, even though Ionic wasn't shorting, Logic felt that to stop dilution in the stock and to give Logic a chance to move forward, we've got to retire this. That got solved around March of this year. So the merger, partly because of that, was delayed. And also because the SEC takes a while to approve these things, anywhere from 8, 9 to 10 months. So from September to now, the SEC has put out at least 4 separate comment sessions, and the most recent one happened about 2 weeks ago. The companies expect approval presently. Today, tomorrow, next week, the scamsters at Logic expect the SEC to approve their scam today, tomorrow, next week. That turns your one piece of paper into Logic into a piece of paper in Data Logic worth $1.14 out of the gate. But remember that this Aubrey SPAC has been looking at several additional transactions that will be rolled in. So this value could go up rapidly after this is effected. Well, what happens with this shell that your friends, Louis, are shorting? I'm going to guess, just to cut to the chase, because Jenny just called me and I guess I should call her back. But I'm going to cut to the chase. This shell is going to enter into a transaction that's worth about 50 cents a share to you, Louis. So this logic at 26 cents is going to have two new pieces of paper, one for 50 cents and one for $1.14. So Louis, while your friend's short and sell stock that doesn't exist, I think the management is going to be setting up in the near term highly visible value of $1.50, $1.60 a share. Then, over the next 12 months, I think this goes to a combined $8 a share. So, Louis, that's my answer on logic. If you feel it's a scam, come to DC. I'll meet you in the lobby of the SEC. You can bring your documentation. I'll bring mine. You report logic as a scam, and I'll report you as a scam. All right, let me see what Jenny's saying to me. Louis is gone. Thank you, Jenny. Thank you, Jenny. All right, so let's talk about Finger. I see 515. 520, you're right. That's where it closed. And now they got it after hours at 515. But what's the volume? 207,000. That's really low today. And my guess is it's all fake. I bet 80% of that's fake. I don't think anybody sold stock that's real. It may be like Ham was describing, that the shorts went in and bought stock and then sold the very stock they bought at small losses. And if you count that as real, maybe that's in there. But there's no selling. I now see an ask of 560. I think something's up, guys. I really think something's up. When you see a bid-ask spread, 515, 560, now it just traded at 541. I think something's going on. I no longer believe there's price discovery in markets. I no longer believe stocks trade the way they used to when I was active. But the way this is trading right now, I'd be checking my Quotron to see if there's news. And of course there isn't any news. But that's if I were a younger guy, that's what I'd be doing. Thank you, Barbara. Thank you, Jenny. You're the best. Jenny Rebecca is Hello. Sorry about that. That was. I have 540 on it. Um, let's just maybe go to 430. And I'm sorry for that. I thought it was going to be information. Excuse me. I thought it was going to be information that might have been useful. It was just an update on the Netflix. Not Netflix. Whatever that movie is, that that whatever it's called, that Ham's putting together about short selling and the funding and all that. I think I put the sound back. Um, no sound. I'm sure with no sound, it's a better show than. Okay, Sharon's saying walls at $5.80 and $6 makes sense. Thank you, Steve. You hear me, but are you listening? All right, so I don't know what else to talk about, but I really think the way the spread is so wide, something's up, but who knows? What if you Google what performing I had the most top 10 singles comes back as Madonna? Why don't you put down the top number ones? Let's see. Most number one hits. It says the Beatles. So I have to expand it because it doesn't even include country singing. The artist with the most number one hits. Let's see what it says. Oh, it goes backwards. The Eagles were number 40. Let's go to the top. It has the Beatles. So let's just go straight to the point. Conway Twitty. Most Oh, there's somebody that eclipsed him. But Conway Twitty is the only singer to have 55 number one hits until George Strait eclipsed the long record. And that makes sense because the documentary I was watching was old, 10 years old. So I don't know how to make that show up on Google, but it says Twitty was the only singer to have 55 number one hits until George Strait. Another one I don't see why people get all excited about. How large is the float of GTII? Well, if you go on Yahoo, I mean, this is something you can do. You go to Yahoo Finance, you type in GTII, and it comes up with 76 cents closing price. Right up here, you click statistics. And it shows a float of 240 million shares. Now, because you are knowledgeable, you understand that some of that float, a great deal of that float, is restricted. Which is not what Yahoo says. I understand that. But the modus operandi of GTII, like a SPAC, like an incubator, is to acquire companies like they did with Beyond Blockchain, or they did with Classroom Salon, or they did with the Bronx Eye Care, those and the gold deal out of Dubai. They issue shares to acquire them. Then the company is inside of GTI in a year, 2 years, 3 years, as their profits are up and their reporting is pristine. They launch. They give those shares back to GTII in exchange for maybe 10 or 15% left behind for the company. That's one. Two, the company paid, a lot of the insiders paid themselves recently a lot of stock. That's restricted stock. It's showing up in the float somehow. I don't work at Yahoo. Those shares were paid to them, and I think it's a big number. Right now, as I'm talking to you, it was something like 140 million shares in total. But you can look it up. It's all fully disclosed. You can correct my numbers. But they can't sell those shares. They can sell 1% a month of their position. They can't sell those shares. And then they gave 19 million shares to a charity. I remember that. Maybe those will be sold all at once. I don't know. But I think they have a restriction as well. So what's the realistic float in GTII? Back when I first became aware of the stock, I think the float was around 20 or 25 million shares. I would say it's around 35 million now. But that's the best I can do with the number. A lot of those shares that were issued, for example, for Classroom Salon, were issued as restricted shares. I'd have to go through every single deal, and I don't want to do it right now, and frankly, I'm not going to do it tonight. If you want me to, I'll set aside an hour and try to do it. You can do it on the SEC website. Some of those restrictive periods may be falling off. Some of the restrictions were that they can't sell stock until it hits a certain price. I don't know. You have to sit down, write each deal down, collate it. But my understanding is that the effective float, real shares I'm talking about, is probably around 35 million shares. If I'm wrong, I'm not intentionally wrong. Yahoo is showing 240 million. Oh, Yahoo's owned by Apollo? I didn't know that. And they're a major short? That makes sense to me. I find up Yahoo's numbers reasonably accurate, but you can go to OTC markets as well. So 240 million times 76. Oh, Fritz. God. This is the first time, Fritz, you've looked at these numbers? You can go to this same page and you can see the market cap is currently 275 million. 272 million, Fritz. So you can see, looking backward, that at the end of the first quarter, the market cap was almost $500 million. At the end of the year, the market cap was 400 million. Fritz, I mean, you can look at these things. I'm glad to stop the conversation and look at it with you, but just to answer the other gentleman's question. Well, I've just been told to shut the fuck up, which is going to mean I'm not going to stop talking. So you can go to OTC markets and get the same data. And there you can find outstanding shares, 345 million, restricted shares, 225, unrestricted shares, 120 million. Now, of that 120 million that are unrestricted, many of those are closely held, and then here's a number. The float they show is 98 million shares. 98 million. So if they have 400 million shares counterfeited, and that's an accurate number, 98 million, that's to cover that is a huge problem. Held at the DTC, 92 million shares. 92 million shares. So we'll go longer. I was just told by one of the listeners to shut the fuck up. We'll go longer. And Fritz, flappy ears, if you have any more questions on GTII, I'm glad to answer them. Let's see if we can find one of the deals that GTII did, so I can show you how it operates. I'm going to go, I think, Classroom Salon. I think they paid 10 million shares to acquire Classroom Salon. But let me go look at that one. That was a while ago. I think that was in 2021. So I got to go back quite a ways. Okay, there's the Bronx Eye Care. Okay, here. Global Tech Industries signs purchase agreement for the acquisition of Classroom Salon. That was on December 18th of 2001. GTII today has executed a member unit purchase agreement to acquire 100% of Classroom Salon. And this is Classroom Salon utilizes interfaces, workflows, and algorithms that offer educators unique tool sets to teach and assess coursework. The software was developed in partnership with Carnegie Mellon University. Classroom Salon software uses algorithms aimed at observing and understanding students' reactions as they study materials, analyzing 180 different actions such as mouse scrolling, time spent reading certain passages, clicks, and many of the custom interface tools such as highlighters. The results are analyzed and provide educators a tool in understanding students' areas of interest and areas which students need more educational focus. In consideration of the acquisition of Classroom Salon Holdings, GTII will issue 10 million shares of the company's common stock. All right, so Fritz Flappy Ears, that acquisition represents 10 million shares. That's added to their outstanding shares and their, depending on how it's done initially, certainly to their restricted shares. I'd have to go into Edgar and find out when the restriction comes off. But that's 10 million. Classroom Salon. Now, what the strategy is, as Classroom Salon revenues go up, which I haven't heard anything about, but as its reporting occurs, as time goes by, and not every deal is going to work, by the way, but the idea is that Classroom Salon's story improves and its reporting is in line with what the SEC requires, then that will float, and the majority of those shares are given back to GTII. So the what would you call it? The outstanding shares become treasury shares, but that hasn't happened yet with Classroom Salon. Let's look at we'll try to find the Beyond Blockchain. GTII tried to issue coins and NFTs. It got blocked by FINRA, but they acquired Beyond Blockchain. Let's see if we can find that. I mean, here's a deal that GTII made an offering to buy CRTD for $100 million in stock. That would be an example of what they try to do. That valued created at $3.33 a share, something like that. Ultimately, it was rejected by Created. Trying to find another acquisition that they did. They've done several. Okay, let's read this if it has it. GTII and Gold Transactions International finalize acquisition. The Gold Transactions International becomes a wholly owned subsidiary of GTII. So they acquire it in lieu of shares, and then as that subsidiary becomes independent, they float it, they IPO it, whatever you want to call it, and the shares come back. This is the business model of GTII. I don't know if they're going to describe the number of shares. Global Tech Industries Group announced it signed an amendment and have closed the acquisition of Gold Transactions International. Gold Transaction International has a private network. It purchases gold from artisan miners throughout the world, transports, assays, and refines the gold in Dubai. And this network of securities firms and gold buyers provide GTII with access to small gold operations in regions within reasonable shipping distance to Dubai. Reichman congratulated it. Tsusami Wang also did, but it doesn't give the number of shares. But shares were issued, is the point, to acquire this subsidiary. And they're restricted shares. The restriction could go on for 2 years. I don't know. It doesn't describe it. But let's see if we can find another example. Okay, here's the term sheet they announced with 1-800-LAW firm, which technically is still out there, but I don't think it's going to happen. On May 26, 2022, Global Tech Industries announced today that it has entered into a term sheet with Wildfire Media, owner of the 1-800-LAW firm brand. Pursuant to the term sheet, the parties are anticipating a price of between $100 million and $120 million for 100% interest in Wildfire Media, which would be paid in restricted shares of GTII. That deal, I don't think I'll look at a little bit more, but $100 million to $120 million at the time that was signed, I think was 100 million shares. It hasn't, they have to reserve those shares. That deal hasn't closed, so those shares aren't out there. I don't know if they're included in the Yahoo calculation or not, but they're not transferred. Okay, so then here, on April 19, 2022, GTII entered into a definitive asset purchase agreement with Parabolic Tech for the sale of its beyond blockchain business and assets. Under the terms of the asset purchase agreement, GTII received $25,000 in cash at the closing, with additional consideration to be paid post-closing. Parabolic Technologies acquired all of the Beyond Blockchain assets and assumed all liabilities of Beyond Blockchain. Parabolic Industries will issue to GTII an equity interest equal to 10% of the first subsequent new token allocation it receives and launches on the exchange. Parabolic Technologies will issue GTII an equity interest of 10% of all tokens issued by Parabolic Technologies in connection with its own initial proprietary token offering. And then back then they were going to issue Shiba Inu coins to all of us. That got shot down by FINRA. But that's an example of how GTII keeps 10%. They had originally issued shares to acquire this. All right, and that was with Tommy Wang, which is one of our most important shareholders. And he has a large position. To my memory, he owns something like 35 million shares of GTII. Obviously, he will sell those at higher prices. If he can. I'm not sure it's all free to trade. I'll try to get an answer, Fritz Flappy Ears, on how much of that's available to trade. All right, and then I want to, Fritz, I want to give you they retained Kristen Levine in November. I don't know if they made an announcement. I don't see it, but I'll try to get it to you, Fritz. I'll work on this probably over the weekend, but I'll try to get a breakdown of how many shares they've put out to themselves, how many shares they've put out to acquire these various subsidiaries. I'll try to get Fritz an accurate number of what the true float is versus the reported float. I'll give you an update of the 244 million that Yahoo shows versus the 96 million that I just showed you. I think it was 96 million shares that show at DTCC. And I'll try to break that down. To the shareholder that said I should shut the fuck up, I will now make sure that I give to you, Fritz, a full and complete understanding of how many shares are outstanding in GTII, how much the float is, what the risk is that the float is much larger than what we've been quoted. And I'll give you that offset against the 400 million shares that I believe are naked short. I do not hide anything from you. I don't try to put a spin on anything from you. And I stand by what I showed to you. So Fritz, thank you for the question. I will do my best. The news stories do not show how many shares the insiders gave to themselves. I'll get that answer for you. I'm going to have to go through a lot of SEC documents, and I'm going to have to lay it out to you. But Fritz, I'll have it done over the weekend, unless something happens, I'm traveling, or something happens to my dog. But I'll do it this weekend if I can. I might be on a trip in the beginning of the week. If I can't, I'll have it by the end of the following weekend. But Fritz, I do appreciate your question. And to the intemperate view that I have to shut the fuck up, I am not going to shut the fuck up. I will disclose to you exactly how many shares are outstanding, exactly how many shares are in the float, exactly how many shares are short, to the best of my ability. That's my promise to all of you. This isn't a woke channel. This isn't a censored channel. You're going to see everything, warts and all. In my opinion, GTII is one of the best setups for a short squeeze. And I'm not afraid to show everything to you. It's just that I can't, there's so many moving pieces, I can't do it off the top of my head, Fritz. Now, to summarize what I've been told, the real float is somewhere between 35, 45 million shares versus 400 million naked short. That's huge. But I've got to reconcile it with all of the data that Yahoo collects, OTC markets collect, and I've got to present it to you, Fritz, in a way that makes sense to you. I will do it. It's going to take time. It's not the only thing that I have on my agenda, but I will do it. I'm not going to be told to to shut the fuck up. I don't appreciate that. It offends me, and I'm not going to hide information in anything that we talk about. So anyway, I'm going to shut up about GTII for the time being. So Fritz, we have the minimal known amount of shares we have. So Fritz, I know the numbers. When I first got involved in GTII, the number was about 40 to 50 million shares naked short versus a float of about 10 million shares is what I remember. But that was years ago. Since then, the company management have tried to do several, they've done a dozen or more attempts to cause a reconciliation that catches out power up lending. These ranged from a healthcare company, an eyeglass company, the gold company, issuing NFTs, acquiring, well, it's simultaneous with the NFTs, acquiring Picassos. They did the Classroom Salon. That's how they met Tommy. Then they did the Beyond blockchain, which then they turned around and sold back. That involved issuance of some shares. They did a Beyond blockchain tried to issue a coin, but it was declined by FINRA. They tried to do a distribution of Shiba Inu, which was declined by FINRA. They tried to acquire 1-800 law firm. Technically, that's still out there, but I don't think it. Personally don't think the law firm intends to follow through. So I don't think it's going to happen. But my memory is they allocated 100 million shares for that. Well, if it's not going to happen, those 100 million come back, right? And I'm not sure that shows up in these numbers that we're looking at. They made an offer for Treno Mines. I'm not sure it ever came to a number of shares, but each of these were to try to cause a reconciliation of broker-dealers' shares in your accounts with what was in the DTC, with the criminality of Kurt and Seth Kramer. They also issued a warrant as a special dividend, and that was something like 30 million shares potential versus the real 10 million. Let me say it a different way. At the time it was issued, we estimated that it might be as high as 300 million shares sitting in people's accounts, including the counterfeits. What was estimated in the float at that time was around 30 million shares. It might have been 33 million. So they wouldn't have issued more than 3 million or so real warrants. But because of the 300 million shares in the float, it worked out to a potential that broker-dealers were going to have to put in your accounts of 30 million. 30 million versus 3 million. Well, that was working. In fact, Fidelity was paying 1,000% to borrow shares. And apparently Wells Fargo had removed the buy button. The net effect was some people came in and told us to sell the stock and go over to COSM. That took the pressure off. But anyway, management has done time after time after time traps to catch out the system. Currently, they've issued a dividend, 10 for 1 for 10, that we expect of restricted shares that we expect is going to catch out the situation. But Fritz, I think right now that the off the top of my head, I think the float is around 25 to 35 million, and I may be wrong. It could be as high as 40, 45 million, but I'll try to get you an answer. We tried to do a share count. People sent in affidavits, for example, Fritz, in the summer, I think it's the summer of 2020, the beginning of the summer a year ago. I think that's when it was. You can look it up. But we being the big we, had on the website where you pull down a form, you fill it out, you send it in to Liberty Stock Transfer. At that time, for example, to my memory, I believe it was TD Ameritrade, was caught short unofficially, I never saw it in writing, by 60 million shares. 60 million. But we tried to get everyone to give an affidavit so we could get a share count. Only about 30-35% of the shareholders participated. Thank you, Chris. I'm looking to see the rest of Fritz's questions. While at this moment no one knows, do you know this was always the issue with AMC? I don't know a lot with AMC, Fritz, and I don't think GTII is anything close to AMC. You have a management team at GTII who has been offered from initially. There's a tape, you can listen to it on Twitter, where Charlie Mayo calls in to Reike. Hey, Reike, I had a talk with the boys. We're ready to make a deal. We'll give you money for you to issue new shares. Reichman turned it down. Reichman has had an opportunity multiple times to take money from shorts, and he's always turned it down. That's not true of AMC. Recently, Reichman was offered 3 times by the shorts in San Francisco that they wanted to buy 19 million shares from him when the stock was $4, when the stock was $3, when the stock was $2, roughly. He said no, and now the stock's under $1. That is totally different than AMC. Totally different than AMC. Absolutely totally different than AMC. Where the confusion is coming in, Fritz, is you've got insiders that now own shares. They're not allowed to sell. They didn't have that many shares before. I think it's a fair deal for what the insiders have done. I'd rather have them doing that than being like Popcorn or like COSM or like being like GNS or like any of these. I'm not picking on the people involved. Those companies did deals with the shorts. Or like HPIL or VNUE. Those companies did deals with the shorts. GTII has stood tall. They've stood against the wind to not do deals with the shorts. So it's completely different than AMC. Completely. Now, when you ask me the question, what is the float? I still stick by my number, 35 to 45 million, and it might be less. But when you look it up, Yahoo has a number much higher than OTC markets. And the fact is, I think some of the numbers are out there meant to help the shorts. But I don't want to tell you that I know exactly what the float is. I don't. And I'm not sure I'll ever know. But I can do my best to get the number for you. I still stick by that number, roughly 35 million. I don't think it's changed. But when acquisitions are made, shares are issued. But those shares are issued, they are meant to come back to the Treasury. I don't know, and I have no way of knowing. The 100 million shares that was set aside to acquire 1-800 law firm, they're not being issued. That deal isn't happening. And then Treno Mine is, if they acquire that, it'll be for shares. I don't know, Fritz. I don't know how to answer it any better. Fritz, I understand, but what does the management of GTII know about what corrupt brokers do? Fritz, I'm trying to do this in good faith with you, but Reichman struck a deal, to my memory, with the lying, thieving bastard, Kurt Kramer, for a face note of about $72,000. I remember that he got a net amount of $63,000 minus expenses. So I think he got less than $60,000 from Kurt Kramer. This was stock that Kurt Kramer sold before the note was signed in November of 2020. It had a poisonous, and I have it somewhere in a file. I studied it. It had a poisonous formula in it. And the stock went down, and they consummated it on somewhere around November of 2020, to my memory. I could be off by a year. David Reichman, the management at GTII, bought back that note in full under Kurt Kramer's own document with all the penalties that Kurt Kramer put into it. And I think it cost them $80,000 roughly to buy it back. They took back all the shares that had been placed at the transfer agent for the Kurt Kramer thieving. They retired. They brought them all back to corporate, and they retired in its totality the toxic convertible note issued by Power Up Lending, Kurt Kramer, Seth Kramer, the lawyer Robert Nadich, and Charlie Mayo. At the end of that time, they got a phone call from the criminal, Charlie Mayo, saying, "Hey, Reiki, I had a talk with the boys. We'd like to buy some shares, fund you. We'll buy some shares from you." In other words, cover their short position. That's one that they know. Reichman knows all about it. At that time, the short was 40 to 60 million shares. And the Kramers could have covered, but they didn't. They continued to sell. Now you know that the Kramers got the stock into such trouble that Alpine took over the position, and the Kramers have probably drifted away. And you see it in the documents, which I'm sure management at GTII sees, that the National Securities Clearing Corp and the DTCC have put in the record that Alpine is in trouble because of their large concentrated short position that they haven't delivered in GTII. Management knows that. Management knows there's no shares, zero, Fritz, flappy ears, zero shares available to cover the criminal activity of Kurt Kramer. There are no shares available to cover that note. I wonder if the lawyer Richard Nadich ever retracted his letter that he sent, I assume it's a letter, to Alpine saying, "Hey, oh yeah, we'll get coverage of this." I don't know if he ever retracted it. But they know all about it, Fritz Flappy Ears. They know all about it. And if you believe they don't, you should go invest in AMC or go invest in COSM. Not in a company that is doing every step of the way, everything it can do to call out the system, to call out the naked short, which is massive. By the way, the short in GTII could be as high as 750 to 800 million shares. It could have been 400 million shares 2 years ago. And that was a study done by a Wall Street insider. And don't you think the management doesn't know about that? If, Fritz Flappy Ears, you don't believe that management is on the side of busting the shorts and isn't doing every bit of its due diligence and its hard work on the behalf of shareholders, you're in the wrong stock. You're in the wrong stock. They know it. And guess what, Fritz Flappy Ears? They hired Wes Christian. GTII is the first company to hire Wes Christian. Now, whether or not it was in timing the exact first, it was Ham and GTII that brought Wes Christian in, and then every other company Ham shared it with. Wes went out and sued 52 John Does, particularly in the area of spoofing in the shares of GTII. Reichman, GTII hired Wes Christian to do that. You don't think they know what the bad guys are doing, Fritz? They hired Sharontel and ditto. Sharontel was hired by GTII, and it was because of Ham. And then it's gone around a little bit like wildfire, to pardon the pun, with all the other companies as well. Sharontel was founded by the guy, you can see him in the video, who stated, it happens all the time. We take orders from everybody. We hardly ask a question. He started Sharontel. And the whole goal of Sharontel is to get the data that one would get in discovery. Sharontel's existence is to give Wes Christian discovery without having to go through the legal process of discovery. GTII hired Sharontel. They're going after 52 market makers. My understanding is, Fritz Floppy Ears, one market maker is already cutting a deal with Wes Christian. They know. Just because you don't know, Fritz Floppy Ears, just because you don't know, doesn't mean that Reichman doesn't know. Doesn't mean the people working with Reichman don't know. And doesn't mean around GTII isn't a core group of investors and an army that doesn't know. I'll stand by my number of 35 million in the float for GTII, but I will do the work to prove myself wrong. I will do the work to prove myself wrong. But you have to understand, Fritz Floppy Ears, if you do due diligence, go to the website of GTII. GTII is an incubator. It's a SPAC. It issues shares to acquire companies. That's what it does. And then when it floats those companies, it gets most of the shares back. That's what it does. And so when you ask me what the float is, and I look at Yahoo and it shows 250 million, I'm telling you that number's way off. Somebody comes across and says I should shut the fuck up, I'm not going to. I will find out for you. But Fritz, if you're here, I'm answering your questions in good faith. If you're not here in good faith, I don't appreciate it. But I'm going to assume you're here in good faith. Well, I don't know. You know, Fritz, I might not be reacting to you. I might be reacting to the intemperate instructions I was giving. Is Wolf earnings the morning of August? No, it'll be at market close. It'll be at market close. I think, according to him, Wolf's earnings are going to be very strong. if you want my gut instinct, I think the shorts will fight against good news. So if it opens up, they'll try to sell it off. But I don't know if Yorkville is still active in the short position. If you had 1600, would you buy more Finger, GTII, or LGIQ? I would buy. That's three different questions. I think LGIQ will give you 3 to 5x almost for certain. There's no certainties in the market, but almost for certain within 3 to 6 weeks. There's still fraud going on. There's still shorting. But if you can hold past the record date, you're going to get 2 pieces of paper for 1. The negative is that the data logic portion you're going to receive, I don't think you're going to be able to sell probably until the end of the year. So you'll be illiquid. So that's the negative of buying logic is I think you'll get a high multiple, but I think your shares, the majority of them might be illiquid. Buying Finger for 1600, you could buy what? A few shares of Finger. But I think Finger is going to go first. So it would give you a chance to sell your Finger and come back and buy GTII. But GTII is trading under 80 cents. I think as soon as it turns around, right now, the Kramers aren't selling. Kramers investors aren't selling. They're gone, I think. There's the FBI investigation into that trader at Westpac Securities for a $4 million fraud. Alpine's in trouble. I think when the selling, this kind of frivolous selling going on in GTII stops, you could see GTII at $5 so quickly that it make your head spin. So my point is, you could buy more shares of GTII than you can buy of Finger. You could buy for $1,600. You could buy what? 2,000 shares of Finger. Am I right? I might be wrong. That could be worth $5 like that. As soon as GTI, as soon as Finger starts to move, GTII could be $5 just like that. So it's a tough call. Which one would I buy? I think I would buy, of those three, I'll give you 2 more names. I would look at RCRT at 20 cents. I think that might go to 60 cents very quickly, but that's only 3x. And I think buying Aubrey SPAC itself, ASPA at $10. I think that if the news comes out, that could move very quickly. I think GoLogic could be worth buying. But if I had to buy one with $1,600, I think I'd buy 1,000 shares of GTII, and with the rest I'd buy Finger. That's what I think I'd do. I believe you, Fritz. I believe you. I'm here in good faith. I don't like being told to shut the fuck up. And I think I reacted to that. I think the float, let me say it differently. The effective float in GTII, I would give, as I have for years, 1 or 2 years, I would give as between 25 and 35 million shares. But I want to be able to explain that difference to you. And you can tell that I can't do it definitively. I can do it theoretically, but I can't do it definitively. Is your question logical? Yeah. Yeah, it's not financial advice. That's true. If CEO's Bannon. Matt, it's interesting. I actually think, to twist your question around, I actually think if Congress made it illegal for a CEO to sign a toxic convertible note or a note with warrants, any note that had a VWAP in it, any note that funded in tranches, any note that had the wording that the company would be in default if it gets delisted, any note that requires the company to put shares at the transfer agent that the criminals can get access to without any decision making by the company, any note that promises making it up $6 million and only gives $60,000 at the beginning. If Congress made it a crime for the CEO to sign that, FINRA would go after the CEOs. The SEC would go after the CEOs, and those notes would never be made available again. The SEC and FINRA only go after CEOs. They don't go after the criminals. And the reason why is because the criminals give revenue to Goldman Sachs. Shut up is bad. Why is shut down bad? I don't know. Well, I agree with you, Ryan. My focus is on, right now it's on Finger, because I think Finger is showing you that it's about to have a move. I could be wrong. I don't like diamond hands, and I don't like putting everything all in one basket. Ham gave the example where he got a lot of people to invest in Wolf, and I did, but I got out to buy. When GTII went down, I bought more, and I broke even or took a small loss in Wolf. I wish, as it turns out, I could have waited, but I didn't know that when I did it. But the point is, by playing a little bit in Wolf, some people have gotten, and I heard it on the call today, Ham says, $12 million in profits that they were able to turn around and buy GTII with. So I think getting to know several companies, trading them, maybe on the margin, allows you to come back and add to your positions in GTII and Finger. I know that I've focused a lot on Finger, but my favorite story is GTII as a squeeze. Well, I guess that's not being honest. My favorite story right now is Finger, but it's not to preclude GTII, if that makes sense. I'm not saying that GTII isn't, as Ham calls it, the best setup he's ever seen. It's just that finger, that the market action is saying that finger could go first. I think GTII is in a situation where as soon as Alpine and its buddies are told you can't sell anymore, GTII could be $10, and I've put videos out there. I think GTII could be at $500 in 50 minutes. But it looks like finger is the first one. Aaron Salentine, I think finger blows up the next 2 weeks. The last time the stock was this low, December of last year before that. I think that's right. I don't, let's see where it's trading right now. I bet you guys wish I had hung up, but I got pissed off, so I'm staying on. 200, look at that. The volume on finger is 207,000. Last trade 518, the bid's 520. Let's just look at GTII. Volume 276. Last trade 76 cents. Fritz, I trust your I trust your I trust your motives. I've just been focused on finger, but I still believe that the thing that's going to blow GTII out of the water is the Trento mine deal. And you don't hear anything about it. Nobody involved in it can talk about it. And we can't have privileged information. But I think the Trento mine deal can make, using as any of the numbers you want of outstanding shares, I think the Trento mine deal can make GTII worth $35 a share all by itself. Boom. Overnight, boom. So well, Ryan, what I think's happening is I think finger's in trouble. I think somebody has been told, the shorts have been told at finger, it's time to put up or get or we're going to buy you in. And that's why I think there's been a lot of attempt to confuse the story. I can only state it again. Just because in my mind that the market is telling us right now that it's finger doesn't mean that I have moved away from GTII, nor am I recommending that people pull a Cosmo regarding GTII and all go flooding in other numbers. It's just, I just don't know the analogy to give. It's like two pimples on a teenager's face. One looks like it's ready to pop, but now it's the other one that's going to pop first. I don't know. If your shares are FTD, then possible longer, and that's cleared up. I don't know. That must be MMTLP. So you have more DBMM. I like DBMM. I know everybody asks. The problem with DBMM, frankly, and I own some. The problem with DBMM, look at that price, 0.0052. I actually think that's up from the lows, isn't it? The low on the year is 0.0005. So it's, wow, that's a big change. 0.0005. It's now 0.005. So that's a decimal point. That's pretty good. But the problem is it's under, I can't remember if seller boxed by definition is 0.0001 or 0.001. But the risk is it's seller boxed. That's the risk. But I don't think the CEO, I'll give you the positives. They have a decent business model. It's in some ways analogous to, I don't know. It's almost like being an efficiency expert or being a McKinsey and Co. I don't know if that's too highfalutin, but the service they sell to companies is valuable. Secondly, the CEO, she's not a CEO. It's a different name in Canada. But she's not going to sign another toxic note. The problem comes, do they need capital? And when you're seller box, that's what Vocal's finding out right now. It's very difficult. Your choices are, because nobody's going to give her money higher than this price. But I think it's a positive that she will not take another shitty deal. She won't. Thirdly, I think it's a positive that she's fighting. I think that. And then the biggest positive is if Alpine goes down, one would assume, since she was the source of the information that Alpine was the prime broker for the criminal Kramers, we would assume that there would be a buy-in in DBMM shares. And if she's Jack B. Nimble, Jack B. Quick enough, she might be able to sell some shares in an offering if the stock had a squeeze. So I like it. I like DBMM as a punt, but I just caution that sometimes you get too far into the quicksand and it's hard to get out. Seller boxed, I'll show you it. Let me Google it so I can show you the name and I can show you somebody else's analysis. Let me pick one. Who's better? Data-driven investor, market realist, Wall Street oasis, Investors Hub, Reddit, Urban Dictionary. Let's do it by the most recent article in terms of date. September 2021, September 2021. Why are they all out on September 2021? All right, here's March. I'm going to go with Elsa, partly because she's a woman. Uh-oh. She does astrology too. All right. I'm not going to use Elsa. I'm going to use Urban Dictionary, who put out their definition in March of this year. This is seller boxing by the Urban Dictionary. When you open a short position on a company and make the company hemorrhage from within with a consulting group and short the stock to oblivion, plus set the value of the asset down with high frequency trading and dark pool abuse. You never close the position to save money on taxes and label it securities not yet purchased and hope nobody catches on. If a hedge fund or a market maker is looking to make serious returns, they would resort to creating a narrative to not be uncertain in their position. Let me read it to myself now. The grift. Here's the grift. Open a short position on a publicly traded stock like DBMM. Insert your parasites from some sort of consulting group like Power Up Lending. Look, there's a group called Consulting Group Boston they use. Have your parasite harvest the host company and make it hemorrhage from within, like Kurt Kramer. Here, we're going to give you this. We're going to give you this toxic note, and we'll include the default provision that if you get delisted, for example. Watch as the fundamentals turn to ruin quarter after quarter, and your short position grow larger and larger over time. Never close your short after using this strategy to save money on taxes. You understand that. There's no 1099. As you seller like wine seller box the company with high frequency trading. You can't get out of the seller algorithms and dark pool order routing. So there's no getting the head popped up out the window. Use your short position that you never closed as collateral to continue the scheme rolling onto other companies. Securities not yet purchased becomes an asset, I guess. Hope to high heaven that no hamsters get pissed off with the obvious grift and lack of enforcements since you buy off the regulatory bodies or overshadow them. Pay media like Michael Dion or the professor or Jim Cramer maybe. Pay media and talking heads to push your narrative and grift gaslighting the populace, they misspelled it, the populace, the people, the investors, gaslight the investors, and claim conspiracy theories if anyone dares to question you. That's their answer. Let me give you a more serious one. This is from Investor Turf. How market makers are naked short selling stocks known as seller boxing. Seller boxing is defined as a fraudulent financial institution tactic used to drive a company's stock price down to a deficient but tradable level, typically the sub-penny level. Okay, this goes to where I wanted to get to you on the risk of DBMM. And the good news is DBM is above this number now. So that's the good news. A type of securities fraud known as naked short selling is becoming increasingly popular and profitable for market makers who engage in it. The term seller boxing refers to the fact that the NASD and SEC were forced to arbitrarily set a minimum level at which a stock can trade. This threshold was set at 0.0001. So that's the number I was looking for. 0.0001, 1/100th of a penny. This level is appropriately referred to as the seller. This 0.0001 level serves as a backstop for various market maker and naked short selling manipulators. Since 1999, when the market switched from a decimalization basis, to a decimalization basis, seller boxing has been one of the most popular security scams. In the pre-decimalization days, the minimum market spread for most stocks was 1/8 of a dollar, or sometimes 1/16, and the market makers were guaranteed a healthy spread. Since decimalization, those 1/8 dollar spreads are now only a penny. Where did the shady market makers go to make up for all of this lost revenue? They went south to the OTCBB and pink sheets, where naked short selling protections such as Rule 10A and NASD Rules 3350, 3360, and 3370 do not exist. The need for an arbitrary seller level is unique in that the smallest possible incremental gain above this seller level represents 100% spread. It's massive, available to the market makers. And remember, that's what happened with the stock Lou recommended to us, some healthcare company. And I'm not saying he knew what he was doing, but it was 0.0001 bid to 0.00003, and now it's 0 to 0.0001. All the volume that Lou brought in made some market makers a ton of money. They stripped everything. I bought some too. They stripped everything we put in and they put it in their own pockets. And I would guess that it was well over $1 million. Everybody buying. Anyway, when compared to Microsoft's typical spread of perhaps 0.4%, 100% spread is pretty tempting territory. In fact, there is an infinite spread when the market is no bid to 0.0001 offer. And that's where the stock that Lou recommended went to. And I'm not trying to pick on him. To participate in seller boxing, the market makers must first reduce the price per share to these levels. The lower they can force the share price, the wider the percentage spreads they can explicit. These glasses. These are people's drug glasses. The wider the percentage spreads they can exploit. Is easily accomplished through standard naked short selling. Naked short selling. In fact, if the MM is large enough and has enough visibility of buy and sell orders as well as order flow, he can use his right hand to act as a conduit for the sale of non-existent shares through Canadian co-conspiring broker-dealers and their associates, while his left hand is naked short selling into every buy order that appears through his own proprietary accounts. The key here is to be a powerful enough market maker to see these buy orders. That's the order flow. This is known as broker-dealer internalization, like Alpine, or naked short selling through the market maker's trading desk. While the right hand is busy flooding the victim company's market with counterfeit shares that can be sold at any time, the left hand is counteracting any upward pressure on the share price by neutralizing demand for the securities. The net result is a lack of demonstrable demand for shares and a massive oversupply of shares, resulting in a downward spiral in these prices. Until the quote-unquote improved inversion of the Rule 3770 becomes effective, U.S. market makers have been quote-unquote legally processing naked short sale orders out of Canada and other locations, despite the fact that they and the clearing firms involved knew from history that these shares would never be delivered. The question then becomes, how can the system, quote unquote, allow these obviously bogus sell orders to clear and to settle? To find the answer, look no further than the Addendum C to the rules and regulations of the DTCC's NSCC subdivision. This gapping loophole allows the DTCC, which is basically the 11,000 broker-dealers and banks known as Wall Street, to borrow shares from investors who are foolish enough to hold these shares in street name at their brokerage firm. This represents approximately 95% of us. In theory, this borrow was intended to allow trades to clear and settle that include legitimate 1 or 2 day delivery delays. This borrowing is done without the investor's knowledge and amounts to possibly the largest conflict of interest known to mankind. The question is whether these investors would knowingly lend their shares without compensation to those whose intent is to bankrupt their investment if they knew that the loan process was the key mechanism required for the naked short sellers to achieve their goal. Another question is whether the investor's broker-dealer, which just entered a commission and thus owes its client a fiduciary duty of care, should act as the intermediary in this loan process, given that this broker-dealer is being paid the cash value of the shares being loaned as a means of collateralizing the loan, all unbeknownst to the client, the purchaser. Okay, all these seller levels, wine seller levels, at these seller levels, an interesting phenomena occurs. Because the NASD Rule 3370 allows market makers to legally naked short sell into markets with a plethora of buy orders, but few sell orders. And MM can theoretically, legally, sit at the 0.0001 level, and that's what I'm concerned with DBMM. But the good news, they're a decimal. It looks like they're a decimal point over from that threshold list, which is good news for DBMM. They can sit at that 0.0001 level and sell non-existent shares all day because there is an obviously huge disparity between the buy orders and the sell orders at no bid and the 0.0001 ask. Every time the share price tries to get off the seller floor and onto the first step of the stairway at 0.0001, someone is there to step on the hands of the victim corporation's market. Once a microcap is boxed in the cellar, it doesn't have many options for climbing its way out. One obvious option would be to reverse split its way out of the cellar, but history has shown that this is counterproductive as market capitalization is typically hammered. It's typically hammered, and the post-split share price level begins to revert to its preset level. It's the same thing we've talked about. Another option is to organize a sustained buying effort and muscle your way out of the cellar. But there will almost always be a naked short sell order there to meet every buy order. The shareholder base can sometimes muster enough, like with Lou, muster enough buying pressure to keep the market at 0.0001 bid and 0.0002 offer for a limited time. Later, the market makers will typically pound the 0.0001 bids with a blitzkrieg of selling. This is what happened to Lou's healthcare company. Erasing all bids and returning the market to no bid and 0.0001 offer. While the weak-kneed shareholders see this a few times, when they do, they usually decide to sell their shares the next time a 0.0001 bid appears and get the hell out of Dodge. For weak-kneed investors, this phenomena is known as shaking the tree, and it is very effective. The market will occasionally go to 0.0001 bid and 0.0003 offer. This creates a juicy 200% spread for the market makers and discourages buyers from reaching the lofty level of 0.0003. If a 0.0002 bid appears from a market maker who is not playing ball with the unscrupulous market makers, it will be hit so quickly that the level 2 will never reveal its existence. The 0.001 bid and the 0.003 offer creates a stalemate in which market makers can leisurely enjoy the huge spreads while the victim company gradually dilutes itself to death by paying the monthly bills with real shares sold at ridiculously low levels. Because of all of these developmental stage corporations must pay their monthly bills, time favors Kurt Kramer and the rest of the criminal naked short sellers. At times, it appears that unscrupulous market makers are not actively trying to kill the victim corporation, but rather want to milk the situation for as long as possible and allow the corporation to die slowly by dilution. And this is what the Kramers are trying to do to GTII and Alpine, and it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. The reality is that it is extremely easy to take away 99% of a victim company's share price or market cap and keep the victim corporation boxed in the cellar. But it is extremely difficult to kill a corporation, particularly after management and the shareholders base had figured out the game being played at their expense. Market makers make a fortune with these huge percentage spreads over time, but the net aggregate naked short positions become astronomical as time passes. This causes some concern among the co-conspiracying market makers. The problem is that they can't even stop naked short selling into every buy order, which appears because doing so will cause the share price to gap, putting tremendous pressure on the net capital reserves for the market makers and margin maintenance requirements for the co-conspiracying hedge funds and others operating out of the more than 13,000 naked short selling margin accounts set up in Canada. 13,000 set up in Canada, eh? Of course, covering the 13,000 short selling margin accounts set up in Canada, eh? Of course, covering the naked short position is out of the question because they can't even stop the day-to-day naked short selling in the first place. And you can't cover while naked short selling. So in other words, because I think I lost the thread of that as I read it to you, they're saying the market makers can't stop their own short selling because if they do so, the price gaps and it causes a lot of problems for them. In these cases, the seller-boxed corporation, the victim company, is forced to massively dilute its share structure attributable to the constant payment of the monthly burn rate with money received from the sale of real shares at artificially low levels. The naked short seller's goal, then, is to point out to investors, usually through paid internet bashers, that say, with 50 billion shares currently issued and outstanding, this lousy company is not worth the 5 million market cap it is trading at. You've heard this all the time, especially if it's just a shell company whose primary business plan was wiped out earlier due to the naked short seller's tortuous interference. Tortuous, that's a legal term, not a get the comfy chair term. The truth is that the single most valuable asset most of these victim companies have frequently is the astronomically large aggregate naked short position, which is accumulated during the initial bear raid as well as the seller boxing phase. The victim's company's goal is now to avoid the naked short seller's three main goals. Kurt Kramer's three main goals: bankruptcy, a reverse split, or forced signing of a death spiral convertible note out of desperation. As long as the victim company can pay the monthly burn rate, the game plan becomes to make some of the strategic moves that hundreds of victim companies have been forced to make, such as name changes, QSIP number changes, cancel and reissue procedures, dividend distributions, amending the bylaws and articles of the corporation, and so on. Nevada-based companies typically cancel all of their shares in the system, real and fake, and require shareholders and the broker-dealers to prove ownership of the old real shares before receiving a new real share. Many people also file civil suits around this time. The indirect forcing of hundreds of U.S. microcap corporations to go through all of these extraneous hoops and hurdles in order to survive, whether due to regulatory apathy or lack of resources, is likely one of the biggest black eyes the U.S. financial system has ever sustained. In an ideal world, it would be the regulators who audit the C and D sub-accounts at the DTCC, the proprietary accounts of the MMs, the clearing firms, and Canadian broker-dealers. The regulators would force the buy-ins of counterfeit shares detected above the Rule 1183, 11,830 guidelines for allowable fail deliveries of, and what's allowed is 0.5% shares issued. Microcap corporations in the United States should not be required to purge their share structure of counterfeit electronic book entries on a regular basis. But if the regulators refuse to do so, management has a fiduciary responsibility to do so. Management has a fiduciary responsibility to do so. I think management has a fiduciary responsibility, CEO with three names, first names, to not sign deals giving money to the shorts. And I think that applies to HPIL and Venue and all the rest of these. But I'm not a lawyer. A lot of management teams become overwhelmed with grief and guilt in regards to the huge increases in the number of shares issued and outstanding that have accumulated during their watch. The truth is that as long as management followed proper corporate government procedures throughout this ordeal, a massive number of issued and outstanding shares is unavoidable and often indicative of an astronomically high naked short position, which is nothing to be ashamed of. These massive naked short position must be viewed as massive assets which must be developed. And that's the situation with GTII, Finger, and many of these other companies. And that's why what Ham has been doing for all these years, and now all of you are joining in on, we're turning these crimes into assets. Hopefully, regulators will recognize the reality of naked short selling and tactics like seller boxing and address this fraud, which has decimated thousands of U.S. microcap corporations and the tens of millions of U.S. investors who have invested in them. Gary Gensler doesn't care. Doesn't care. Just does not care. RNVA. Yeah, that was it. RNVA. So you can transfer your NextBridge shares to an IRA at AST, or you have to take it out of your IRA. Pete, that's too much information, right? Sheikh Fahad, I never talked about SNs. Is that say since? SNCE. I didn't talk about that. You're right. Partly is I forgot. And I thought you were asking Ham. I think I wrote it down yesterday. Didn't you ask yesterday? But anyway, Ham signed off and I couldn't ask. But let me look and see what I can see. So just to finish up, by the way, on DBMM, I just want to point out, DBMM is not seller boxed. So the seller box price is 0.0001. DBMM is 0.0052. It's a decimal place over. So that gives some grounds for hope. The CEO is not. She is not going to sign any crappy deal. She just won't. She is based on what I've talked to with Ham, based on documents I've read that she's filed. She's a fighter. So I don't see her doing a crappy deal. She's not going to do a popcorn or a COSM. Not going to happen. But I can't see the spread of the bid and the ask. The market makers can work with each other's criminally, and they can still. That's the risk in this situation. So I think you're counting on two things. One, that the company will keep fighting, has enough cash flow to pay their bills, and maybe some revenue that'll come in and really sustain the company. The second thing you're counting on is that Alpine, when it implodes, there'll be a buy-in of DBMM stock. And I don't speak to the CEO. I think she should have a registration statement out there because I trust her for a plain vanilla offering, not the one that COSM did where they made a deal with the shorts through a front. I think we can trust her enough that maybe she has a registration out there with a clean banker, or maybe it could be us. Maybe I could talk to her and it could be, a number of us in a preset deal. And if the stock went to $5, we'd give her, we'd sell 1 million of our shares for $5 to her. Not we. I'm talking about not our shares. I'm talking about a new offering she would make, and we would buy the shares for cash, but it would be out of our profits. And she would have $5 million. She needs to be ready to sell into the squeeze. But I trust her not to sell to the shorts the way COSM did. Yeah, I think it's the hope that won him. Okay, let me look, Fahad. Science 37. 56 cents. As high as 253 this year. $33 million shares volume. They kicked rear end on their earnings, didn't they? They came in at They came in at 15 million versus 12 estimate. Patient-centric clinical trials. I don't understand what it does, but that's all right. Let me just go. Okay. I can't get data on how much is short in that stock. Wow. That stock has been under pressure for a while. Sorry, I'm just trying to get a chart to show you. Oh, okay, so it's only been around 2 years. No, maybe 3. Wow. Damn it. Look at that. Look at that, what they did. Look what they've done to my song, Ma. I can't make that very clear. But that's 2 years of action. Somebody did a toxic note and just drove that to oblivion. It's popped up off the bottom. It's gone through the 50-day and the 200-day moving average. That's a tough one. That is a really tough one. I don't know enough. But to me, they're going to try to drive it down. But what might be driving it upward is with the revenue they're reporting, maybe they can start retiring whatever toxic debt they had. I don't know. I have to look more at it. And maybe they can buy back shares. But this is a stock that has been abused for a long time. It's interesting that it's broken out. And there's no question that it's broken out. But I would expect it to sell at least back to 44 cents to test the 200-day moving average and maybe even go below it before it bounced back up. But I don't know. It's interesting. I'll have to do more work on that. And thank you. I really didn't mean to Sheikh Fahad. I didn't mean to ignore it. I know I didn't give you much information here, but it's intriguing. You can't get out of RNVA. No, you can't, and they make a lot of money on it. Linda Perry, that's her name. Linda Perry is her name. That's exactly right. I'd not be started one of these days, Suplo volume. What's going on with GoLogic? GoLogic. Well, GoLogic. I don't have to read the news story to you, do I? I hope not. I'm not going to. But GoLogic, it's so similar to Logic, it could almost be the same story. It's the same management, it's the same opportunity, but it's a massive opportunity. GoLogic has signed a definitive deal. It's done. But it's awaiting approval and proxy and all that. GoLogic is going to distribute its fintech business, basically, which is the bulk of GoLogic's revenue, the heartbeat of the company right now, into RCRT. GoLogic is trading, I think, for 70 cents. Well, I can find out. 65 cents. 65 cents. So I'll leave that for now. But basically, 70 cents. Anyway, 65 cents. They're going to distribute the fintech into RCRT. RCRT is a NASDAQ company. Recruiter.com, which is trading at 19.5 cents. This is, let's call it 20 cents. So they're going to distribute the meat of GoLogic into this NASD listed company. Now, they need to make this ratio. Right now, that ratio is a little bit over 3-to-1. I think they want to get this ratio more to the 2-to-1 range. We'll see if they're able to do it before the merger. But anyway, they're going to do whatever ratio of shares works out to whatever ratio shares is here. And I don't have those numbers off the top of my head. But it's going to be, there will be a reverse split because they're merging and they have to make the whole ratios work. It's not a reverse split into an offering or into naked shorts. There's no toxic note out there. It's not that kind of situation. But I think whatever the ratio is, and we don't know the rate. I don't know the ratio. After it's done, I think RCRT will be trading for $1.50 a share on the NASDAQ. That is not, I got to take this away. That is not, you can't translate that that doesn't translate because I don't know the ratio at the end. I don't know the ratio. We'll find out about it. Then GoLogic becomes a shell, and I hate to tell you, I just don't know the value here. But GoLogic becomes a shell, and it's going to be acquired. They're screening several companies. I understand it's going to be a large acquisition because they're letting one of the previous ideas drift away. It's so similar to Logic. So you're with this 70-cent stock, you're going to get RCRT, and you're going to get, I guess, the new GoLogic. In my opinion, from my discussions, and see, I can't give you the ratios, so I don't blame you for always asking me. But in my opinion, and I get this from talking to a lot of people, I could be wrong, but I think when it happens, your starting point, you're going to have GoLogic and you're going to have RCRT. I think the combined value will be based on a number around $4.50 a share versus this 70 cents. This has some more moving parts. There's parts of it that I don't know yet, but I'll tell you three things. I'll tell you three things. I'll tell you three things I think. I forgot one of them. I already forgot one of them. Oh. I forget the third thing I was going to tell you. But anyway, Brent, who you've listened to, is the CEO. Brent introduced to Finger big players. So I assume that means Brent might be dealing with big players. That's number one. RCRT, which is 20 cents, they want to get the ratio to work. I remember the third thing. They want to get the ratio to work. So I have a feeling RCRT is going to go up in price soon. And that's what you'll end up with is shares of RCRT. I think everything gets done in August. I think this is all closed in August. Same with LGIQ. One more thing I'll tell you. You didn't ask me. I know you didn't ask me. But there is a SPAC that you can look up. Look up this symbol, AURC. AURC, that's a SPAC. But it de-SPAC'd. Anyway, it closed its deal. It was, for the longest time, they're all about the same price, $10.50. They closed its deal, and ba-boom. as soon as it closed, there was a short squeeze. It went to $60. And last time I looked, which was a couple days ago, it was trading around $40. That's AURC. Well, I bring this to your attention. I'm not telling you to move any money or dive in or deep. When I looked up AURC, the size of their deal was pretty big. But the Aubrey SPAC was just $12, but it closed, I think, around $10.50. We're just waiting for the S4 to be approved. The S4 to be approved. If it's all done, what if ASPA has a squeeze? You could get a nice little move in that. I just bring that up for your attention. Anyway, that's my Go Logic answer. What price will our GTI restricted be when we get them? I don't know. I have no idea. It'll be the same as whatever the market price is for the stock. You do have them already. You already have your restricted shares. They're in your account. And they trade, the value is 1-for-1 with the common stock. I suppose you could argue that if you were to sell them to somebody, you'd have to sell them at a discount to make up for the fact that they're illiquid. But at this point, I expect liquidity around November. So it'll be the same as whatever the market price is. RNVA, you know, somebody asked about this stock. Was it NWBO? Did I write it down? I looked that stock up as I said I would. Not that I always do what I say I would. NWBO. To my memory, this is a company that has a cure for some kind of brain cancer. And it's under pressure, it's underselling, the problem with these drug companies, when they have success, the criminals know they're going to need more money, so they can short them. But I don't own any NWBO, but I understood a pretty convincing case that this is a valuable breakthrough. And by valuable, it means that the share price of NWBO should be many, $50, $100. But as long as the short selling is happening, it's going to stay where it is. But my point to you is that if, in fact, and I can't verify it, I'm not a scientist, but if, in fact, this is a revolutionary breakthrough, a buyer, a Bristol Myers Squibb, or a Johnson & Johnson, or a Pfizer, would come in and buy this company, particularly if there's two bidders, at the value per share, rather than these manipulated stock prices. So in the case of NWBO, it would be one reason to ignore the stock price and just hold on to it. I would imply that to RNVA. I know nothing about RNVA. But what if it has some value? Maybe later on somebody comes in, buys the company. I don't know. It's better than just trying to get 10 cents out. Might as well just hold on to it. They will become regular shares when the restricted shares. It's like having, I can't show you, but it's like having a certificate like this with a stamp on it, restricted. And the legend's usually on the back. It's usually on the back. These shares can't be sold under the Securities 1933 Act, and blah, 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 blah. You have to get that legend removed, lifted, before you can sell them. And that's what's on those certificates. To my memory, they had wording in the document that it's all has piggyback rights or whatever the hell it's called, so that once it reaches expiry date, your shares will automatically become free to trade. So they're in your account. You're just waiting for the expiration date to become free to trade. What the company is trying to do is to reward you with shares, but they're also trying to give you shares that the back offices, now that they know MMTLP, now that they saw the dividend in GTII a year ago, now that they see some of the criminality, do the broker-dealers want to issue you a fake IOU? Or are they going to have to go out and buy in GTII shares? And the hope is, and I believe the stress will be, that many of these broker-dealers will not want to commit securities fraud, and they'll call up Alpine and say, hey, where are the shares you promised us? They'll call up Power Up Lending, and then they'll buy in shares. They'll buy in shares. So I think that's at least a possibility of what happens as we get closer and closer to the time that your broker-dealer has to give you real shares for your dividend. That's the hope. All right. So it's 6:26. Unless I see any life out there, I'm going to end at 6:30. Alpine just going to not pick up the phones? Could be, but Quantum, the trade positions exist. Alpine isn't sitting off in an isolated place. Alpine is on the other end of all these trades. So in the case of GTII, I believe there's 400 million shares out that are out in our accounts. I'll just talk about my account. I believe that most or all of the shares in my account of GTII are counterfeit. But my broker has a responsibility to make good on those shares. On the other end of my cash that bought my shares is a failed to deliver held at Alpine. So just because Alpine won't pick up the phone doesn't mean the dynamic of that position doesn't have to be cleaned up, closed out. So yes, if John Hurry has escaped the country, the big boys and girls will come in and close the positions. It'll still have the net effect of causing a squeeze. 205,000 volume. How is that relative to the rest of the market? I have no idea. Relative to Finger, I think 200,000 shares volume today, 207, is very small. It's almost as if it didn't trade. I would guess that the majority of those trades are fake. I'm not as good at this as Ham would be, but I would guess 70 or 80% of those trades are just complete fraudulent trades. Ron, I don't think there's real sales of any shares in Finger today. I don't think anybody sold their shares. It's possible, as Ham was describing on the call today, that a criminal came in and, let's say, bought 10,000 shares at the ask. Let's say they paid $5.30, and then sold the 10,000 shares down to drive the stock to $5.20. Well, the original buy wasn't real, wasn't paid for, But you could argue maybe those were real sales, I guess. But I think most of the 205 volume is totally fake. I believe he and Justine are in two different home runs. Two different homers. Homes. Maybe you're talking homes. Go knock on John Hurry's door. I shouldn't tell you to do that. Don't knock on his door. Do it in your brain, in your dreams. John and Justine, I know. She's a real beauty. Can I start over? No, I'm not going to start over. Finger calls need to be exercised to cause maximum pain. I was really interested in what Pedro was talking about when he said that under 5.5, there were a lot of puts sold. In other words, the 5s and the 4. I don't know which ones. And over 5.5, there were a lot of open interest in calls. It's hard to work it out theoretically, but it would seem like on the put side, if the criminals wanted to be able to cover some, they could drive the stock down so that the puts are exercised. So whoever bought those whoever bought the puts would put the stock to them. Although I would really wonder if anyone would put the stock. They might just not do it. But the other side of it is what you're talking about, is by exercising the calls, this would cause a squeeze because there has to be delivery of real shares. It makes sense. I'm not sure it's going to be necessary, because I think as the price goes up and more and more calls are in the money, I think the criminals either buy calls or buy stock to protect themselves. So there's a normal thing that happens, that as the call premiums go up, more people buy the stock to sell the call premium, to take advantage of the premium. But I think also the criminals would go out and buy calls or buy stock to hedge, to protect themselves, or be forced to do so. John lives in the big house. John's about to live in the big house. He's going to be living in the big house with a lot of big men who have big interest in John. All right, so I'm going to let it go. That's the tsunami. I don't want to speak for Pedro. Pedro has an understanding well beyond mine, and Ham does too. Ham is like, it's like the circuitry in his brain has been rerouted. But the tsunami would come. I think there's potentially 3 buyers in finger stock. Sort of us and the rest of us, and I think we've bought our positions. I think there could be big new buyers, whether it's institutional or it's because the stock's over $5, a hedge fund can come in, or it's people that are understanding the opportunity out of Hong Kong, Singapore, China, because they live there. And then there's the shorts, the Lynn partners. So the tsunami comes as the buying gets over a certain threshold, and Jeffries, who we think it is, says, hey guys, clean this up or we're going to buy you in. I think the tsunami comes when a certain price threshold's hit and Jeffries stops allowing, and to me it's already happened, stops allowing the sale of failed to deliver, failed to locate shares. And then the next step is they say we got to buy it in. Your biggest buyer is going to be Lynn Partners and their sundry associates. Buy his house, Deacon Blues. And then you should rename it. You should put a sign in the front. The house that GTII bought, or the house that Alpine made possible. Well, yeah, Ron, what I'm think is that the low volume means, I mean, what Pedro said, it could be that the criminals like where the price is, so they're just not doing anything. It could be that, he pointed out no one knows, but it could be that, I'm adding my own words, that Jeffries took away the buy button, the sell button. Hey, you can't sell anymore unless we know you're going to deliver. And that's what I see. I could be wrong, but it seems to me that they'd be selling it off. The other thing he said is they may just be saving their dry powder for next Friday to try to bring it down. But, and you never know with fraud. You never know with fraud. But I might be blinded by my own desire to see it turn out a certain way. But the way I'm seeing the low volume is it feels like someone said, we're not going to take any more sell orders unless you bona fide located the shares. And then the next step is we expect you to bring in more money to protect our risk. And then the next step is we're going to buy you in. You didn't miss much, Mr. Lamar. Didn't miss much. You didn't miss much. Yeah, I'll come broadcast from his backyard. We could open up his house to migrant workers who need a place to stay to get their lives established, and make it a shelter for 100 people. All right. I don't know what else to say. I'm going to go walk Lucky. I appreciate everybody here. And I'm sorry I lost my temper. On the other hand, I don't think I've ever told anyone on this call to shut the F up. And I don't appreciate being told that to me. I've been upset with people, but I've always encouraged anybody's point of view, unless it's a obvious shill. But I don't personally think anyone should tell another human being to shut the fuck up. And I apologize sincerely for getting mad and losing my temper. On the other hand, my apology does not extend to accepting that kind of behavior. I'm sure God upstairs knows when I might have done that in my life. I can't remember ever telling anybody to do that. It's just simply wrong. So anyway, he texted it to me, but if I hadn't seen it, because I don't see all the texts, but I did see it. Yeah, Airbnb for GTII investors only. And you could set up a book at the front where everyone that stays rips out a postcard and writes a note and sends it to the prison that he's staying. Oh, I don't know. I've probably said it in my lifetime, in my hot-headed days. I must have done it somewhere. But I always tried. I will say I've always tried, even when I'm upset, to be respectful and not use that kind of language. But I've used that word more times in this last hour than I've ever used it on any podcast or all of my podcasts combined. So anyway, they call me Deacon Blues. All right, I'll go 3 more minutes, end at 6:45, and this time it's for real. Yeah, Pedro is great. I'm amazed. When I first asked the question about Finger yesterday, when he started answering, I went, "Oh my God, this isn't going well." But by the time he was done, I thought, "Wow, that's a home run for the lungs." I was literally fascinated, sitting on my seat, listening to both Pedro and to him. It's incredible the knowledge that these two guys are sharing. I think for the best intentions, and I know it's hard to learn it all at once, but as you digest it, they're giving you strategies and awareness that can help you make money for the rest of your life or avoid losing money. So I thought it was pretty powerful. 2 more minutes and I'm going to go. Don't sell myself short. You're a little short, aren't you, buddy? Actually, 22 daisies. There's 2,000 of me out there, and I'm one of the counterfeit. Just kidding. Just kidding. Just kidding. That's nice of you, Michelle. Peace, love, and respect do go a long way. It's not always easy. That's my number one proof of God's existence. Somebody has to love all these people. It's hard for human beings to do it, but I think, James Harper, I agree with you. It's never been a better time to buy an Oriental rug. I think GTII at 77 cents is a call option that never expires. Never expires. And until there's... Pedro does have Twitter. I think it's Pedro Philly. I think it's Pedro Philly, like a Philly cheese sub. I think it's Pedro Philly. I know that if you follow people like Junk Savvy, maybe Busy Brands, and others, trying to think 100%. I know he follows all of them. And so in their friends, you'll see his listing. But he's on space calls often. There's there's at least 24 people that when you listen on the space calls, you're just, I am anyway, in awe of the knowledge and commitment and integrity of. All right, so it's 6:45, so I'm going to say my good nights. Peace to each of you. Love to each of you. Happiness to each of you. And we'll catch you. Let's hope tomorrow we'll catch you when the stock is $7.50. That's finger. And GTII is 190. And I hope it all is tomorrow. Okay, ciao.